guys, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the Kung Fu Cup, the KFC week number 6, your weekly dose of Kung Fu Cup action. I'm of course your Sly VIP with you and joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chats as well. Welcome one and all to again our weekly open broadcast. Once again, there's a weekly tournament here hosted and run by SC Boy, so a big shout out to SC Boy for hosting and running the event, of course, on a regular basis. This is a part of the return of Thunderfire and SC Boy and Kung Fu Cup and other planned events throughout the year. Let's go. It is always exciting. Hope you have your KFC ready for some Kung Fu Cup. Let's go. As up first, we're going to be jumping into the quarterfinals. The plan, the goal, the trajectory here, the schedule of our broadcast is going to be quarterfinals into semis into grand finals. Up first, we have a TVZ between Cure and Solar. Let's go. Let us go. We have our TVZ. We have our 10 vs. Zerg matchup. Game 1 is going to be in Winter Madness. Now, unlike some of the other tournaments we've been broadcasting in recent times, like Pegasus Cups, like our Tunic Cups, our own tournaments, and like Monday Night Weeklies, which we don't cover, these events, they do feature the new TLMC map pool. That is not the case with Kung Fu Cup. There are specific tournaments like Kung Fu Cup, like Wardy TV Mondays, and potentially KSL. I don't think they've had a tournament yet. Hold on, actually, one momento. I may as well just reach out for that just for clarification, because hopefully we do, right? Hopefully we do use a TLMC map pool for KSL at least. But there are some tournaments that don't. They do stick to the regular ladder map pool. Other tournaments have been incorporating them for more testing purposes, of course. First, so we're going to be jumping into Winter Madness. Again, a regular map pool for the Kung Fu Cup. Let's go. Let us go. As we're getting into our TVZ, so just reaching out to old mate Dave regarding the KSL map pool, as KSL is this weekend. Likewise, this morning we were just live with the Pegasus Cup as well. It's been a lot of StarCraft already today, but yeah. Our second broadcast of the day. Here we go. This morning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And this morning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Solar. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping into our series. Up first here we do have our TVZ. Welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Longer rush distance by ground. We do typically expect more mid-game play here on Winter Madness, but I'm curious how Solar will adjust here. Solar, he has been struggling as of late in ZBT. He's been hyper aggressive and very much so timing oriented. Regarding Solar's struggles in this matchup, he's been having a very hard time against Percival. If you remember, in the GSL qualifiers, Solar did lose to Percival in the Season 1 qualifiers, which was what, a couple of weeks ago at this point, and that's not the first time. He also lost to Percival in the TLMC in the Team Liquid Rap Contest tournament as well. And I want to say there was another event. So Solar, he's been struggling a little bit more when it comes to said matchup. We'll see how he does handle himself here. And again, what we've been seeing from Solar so far has been hyper-aggressive play. I'm referring to three-way Solins. Like, we've been seeing a lot of three-way Solins, a lot of aggression here out of Solar. We've been seeing some Muta play mixed in as well with mixed results. As always with every matchup, going into Mutas is very risky and it's very high risk, high reward. If you can get away with it unscouted, you can pop off and you can tear a Terran apart. But if you get scouted, then more often than not, the Mutas, they don't do any damage, then you fall behind, and then your opponent just goes for hyper aggressive timing attacks and they break you before you build up your Ling Bane. So there is that kind of back and forth dynamic here, and we'll see what Solar goes for. Again, nowadays it's great that Muta play is viable, but as I mentioned, it is often used as a surprise factor here that you mix in and you sprinkle into a series. You don't want to rely upon Muta play. That's something you don't want to do in this matchup. So far so good. Hatch Gospel into a third base. Likewise, Cure, when it comes to his TVZ play, it's typically a lot more standard as well. Like, he's less assertive, less aggressive than, say, ByuN or Maru. So Cure is often just playing for the mid-game, playing standard as well. We can sprinkle in mech every now and then, but for the most part, we should just be seeing some regular play here from Cure. That should be. Now, Reba does pick in. Reaper works in, is going to be zoned away. So far, we're just looking to trade. We're going to pick up any Zerglings here. That's the goal for Cure at least. Also scouting for the third base, and we'll confirm the third. Again, it is wise to do so. In recent times, players like Rogue, players like Shin, the other top Korean Zerg players have been very aggressive and very 2-base heavy. Solar, he does mix that in every now and then, but for the most part, again, 3-base play is what we expect from Solar. For the most part. Link speed is on the way. Pulling in the gas. So far, so good. Also in the chat, Shema, papi, Shema. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Hope you're doing well. Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. Hope you are doing well. As Curie pokes in, pulls away. Behind this, going for his own 3cc into Starport play. So standard economic start here out of Cure. Reaper does pull back, confirming the third base doesn't go down, and likewise doesn't kill anything either. So no Zergling went down, no drone kills, nothing of that nature. From here, we can go into an add-on swap into Banshee play, and yep, there it is. We're going to Banshee. Like, this is just the go-to build for many, many years at this point. 3cc Banshee out of Cure. This keeps you safe. There's a reason why it's so common. It keeps you safe against Roach all-ins and Roach-based aggression. It also allows you to scout and harass with the Banshees as well. It's a very secure way to open up. Not the only way, of course. You can go 3cc 2-on-1, you can go regular 2-on-1, you can go 1-1-1 as well. There are different variations, of course, but this is the most common build. The most common. Likewise, Cure, he does reinforce across the map. Amassing on more Hellions. Banshee production underway. Hellions, they poke in. Poke in, they pull out. Solo does get a full scat off. Solo also confirms the upgrade of choice here for the Banshees, confirms Cloak. Solo's fully aware. And spores are being thrown down. Yeah, spores are being thrown down as we speak. So nice scouting here out of Solar. Going for the faster layer as well. That is going to be a layer and gases before Evo Chamber. So this either leads into earlier Baneliness, which we should see one momentarily, or into fast Hydra Tech. Oh, never mind. There are the Evo Chambers. So double chamber into upgrades. Again, after layer. Hellies, they attempt to dive. Queens are in position. Queens will deflect. And Cure just looking for a way in, just denying creep, containing his opponents, and setting up for his eventual stim timing. Now, ideally, you don't want to lose these Hellions. If you can keep them alive, you can turn them into Hellbats later on for the 7-minute push, which will be with Biotank. So you do want to preserve them. Banshees that reveal themselves. I mean, hey, we had already scouted them earlier. Activate Cloak, they head in, but the Spore is ready. Spore is ready. Queens, they rotate as well. Solar perfectly fine. Doesn't lose any workers. And so far does defend. Meanwhile, oh, this is what we've been seeing out of Solar as of late. This is +1 in range, not +1 melee, into a Hydra Den. This is something that Solar's been very fond of, is going to delayed Banelings, delayed Baneliness into heavy Hydra play. And we alluded to this earlier when we said that Solar, he likes going for 3-base Hydra all-ins, where he often does cut workers under 4-base saturation to commit into mass Hydra. It can be very strong timing, of course, and we'll see if we can get there. Banshees, they do hit the 4th base, Spore's not quite in position, but another Cloak! The Cloak runs out! Ooh, one Banshee goes down. One Banshee does fall. It's a nice pick off there out of Solar. Behind this, again, battling up his Hydras as we speak. And building up into 1-1. Again, this style of play is something that Solar's been very fond of, and mainly only Solar. We have been seeing a little bit of this out of Shin, and a little bit of this out of Rogue, but they don't rely on it anywhere near as much. Like, this has become like a Solar build over the past couple of months. Banshees do hit the natural. Banshee backs in. Cure rotating through the center. Here comes that 7-minute push, as we mentioned. The armory is done, and we mentioned this earlier as well. Preserving the Hellions means you can morph in Hellbats. So we can morph in those Hellbats. We can commit. So So far, clearing up all the creep, pushing towards the expansion. Can we deny the 5th? Tanks are sieging up. Here come those Hellbats. Only one. Only one tank. Usually this was two. And that's catching the reinforcements. Marines getting called out. And that's catching out of Solar. Catching out the Bio army. Keeping Kira busy. And Kira, he turns back around. The 5th base does not go down. And Solar holds. Wow, Solar, he does hold on. So far, the timing has been lackluster here for Kira. And the longer this goes on, the easier it is for Solar. He's got 20 more links in production. We have Hydra upgrades, Lurker Den, Hive is on the way as well. Solar has a massive army. And Kira, I mean, he can get within range. He can try to at least. Tanks do siege. Tanks they siege up. Putting a sim towards the bases. Let's try to sim in. Oh. So far is going to be denied. Ooh, it does take one bailing to the face. It does take a bailing. And the issue here is that these tanks are not really threatening anything. They're not within range of any expansion, so Solar can just chill. He can just chill here. Wait for the buyer to come to him. And then he can collapse forward. There we go, coming in for a flank. Does collapse on top of the Hellbats. Hellbats go down. Tanks are exposed. Oof, and that's going to be every tank falling. Every tank goes down. Solar pulls away. Now Curie has no backbone to the army. It's just pure Marine. And Solar just needs more bailings. Just needs more bailings. Hive is now done. Viper production has begun as well. Getting into melee upgrades. Lurker Den is complete, and we can start working towards Lurker upgrades as well. That was the moment for Kira. That was his moment. And at this one, it's come and gone. We're catching at the Marines, forcing the pickup. Back at home, Curie's claiming his 4th base. He's trying to back off, trying to macro up. But he's lost so much momentum here. And now it's Curie's turn to defend. Oh. Curie's stuck at home. He's going to be stuck at home. Upgrades are in production. I'm still waiting for the Lurker upgrades. There we go, as Lurker range is on the way. Solar just spreading creep, securing himself. Oof. Catching out another medevac. And medevacs do go down. Even killing one of his own. Yeah, that's a bit of a misclick there. A little bit of a misclick out of Cure. Killing his own medevac. And soon Solar can max and start to threaten the bases. For the time being, you can see that he's just securing himself, clearing up all these rocks, spreading more creep. You could argue that Solar's allowing Cure to max, but the reality is that Solar cannot really push into these bases. This defensive positioning from Cure is quite brutal, and without sufficient energy when it comes to Vipers, it's going to be difficult to break through. So we're just waiting for the Vipers to move in, and now they're ready. Yeah, Vipers are full of energy. And the goal here is to trade. Not necessarily to break and kill, but to collapse on the army, maybe reset the tank counts, catch up the medevacs. We see Solar trying to lure him in. He does attempt. So far we're cleaning up rocks. Oh. Cure now taking 5th base. Now this is when Solar needs to be aggressive. This 5th base cannot get up and running. Cure can already support his maxed out army, but Solar should commit in. Blinding Clouds and Marines, getting us over the tanks. Can he break through? There's a second Blinding Cloud, there's a third, there's a fourth. Yeah, 4 Blinding Clouds, covers every single tank. Bailing's able to roll it. Oh no, this splits! Oh my god, he just takes him to the base. Yeah, thankfully mainly Marauders, they tank the Bailings. But snipes 5 tanks. 5 tank shots went down. And Solar can just back off and rebuild. What's important about this trade is that Solar, he retained all the Hydras. He retained all the Hydras, he retained all the Vipers as well. He only traded Ling Bane against the tanks and the ByuN army. And that's the goal, just to keep doing that over and over again. Nice drop at the cure. Solar's out of position. Catching at half a mineral line, 9 drones going down, very nice, and even going for the expansion. Again, hyper-efficient trades here by Cure. This is nice and all, but this doesn't matter if Cure can't save his 5th. His 5th race does land. Lands a 5th, setting up on the low ground. This is what matters. As now we're getting to our 2-2 upgrades. Getting in, Night Storm behind the mineral line, I believe has him spotted. Yep, Cure, he reacts. He does react. We'll go down. Yeah, now we dive. Now we go for the dive once again. We have a decent spread of tanks, so we have the lightning clouds. Once again, the ByuN army crumbles. Oh, looks like not enough Ling Bane. Yeah, not enough Ling Bane. Solar, he trades, but he fails to break the expansion. Ooh, that is dangerous. Doesn't help the Solar's on 94 workers. That's a heavy drone count. So that is slowing Solar down. So I'm just dying. That's what we're trying to set up. Solo massing on more Ling Bane Hydra. And again, if he fails to break this for a second time, I'm going to start to get concerned here. Ghosts are building up. Curious getting the Ghost production. There's the first and second Blinding Cloud. Bailing's Ace should bring down the Planetary. And they will. Planetary falls. Solar backs off. This time, though, we have a backup CC. This is getting concerning. It's getting a bit concerning here. Lurkers, they defend on the left-hand side. Massing on more ghosts. You can see here we're switching to mech. And Blue Flame is on the way. For those that are curious, when it comes to the late game, the ideal TVZ army is mech ghost. So we're making that switch. That's why these Raxes are doing nothing. We're getting the tanks into Hellions, into Hellbats, Liberators, and Ghosts. Not getting there. Meanwhile, all the Ghosts can't move in the SimCity. No, they're stuck. Ghosts are going to push forward. At the same time, we're collapsing in once again, getting on top of the expansion, on top of the 5th. CC does survive. Command Center does survive. Lurkers are going to be zoned away. Most of them go down. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, do we not need to switch into Broodlords? That's only the case if Solar fails to break these positions. And so far, he's forcing these lifts. And if you notice, with Cure, he has no bank, right? He has no bank because every time we're trading here, Cure's losing workers, losing the base. He's trading with his army. At the moment that stops happening, that's when, yes, Solar, he needs to switch out. And we already saw +1 flyer attack, so he's thinking about it. Solar, once again, nice mining cloud. Once again, does get 2 tanks. Can we get a 3rd tank? We can. Yeah, 3rd tank is going to go down. Maybe even a 4th tank as well. Oh my god. Yeah, 4 tank kills. Catching out a couple of ghosts as well. Very nice trade. A 5th tank goes down. A 6th tank goes down. Cleans up 6 tanks. Denies the expansion. And Solar's remaxing. He's rebuilding, remaxing. And again, because he's able to break this position and trade as well as he is, we can just commit. We can just stick with Ling Bane Hydra. We do not need Broodlords. And a big reason as for why this is happening is just how open the space is, right? It's so open, so accessible from the right, from the south, and from the left-hand side as well. Again, there's a reason why the fights are only occurring here, and that's because the base on the left-hand side is secure, right? We have 2 planetaries, only 1 attack path. It's a choke point, Sensor Tower, Liberator. There's no pushing to this base. Likewise, here we have a full wall. This is the only angle of attack for Solar. How do you secure this position? Planetaries, extra planetaries, like extra CCs, extra planetaries, bunkers, sensor towers. Like, we need SimCity here, and the fact that we have not been able to afford any buildings, I mean, he just can't hold on. They kind of hold once again, catching out 4 more tanks. Rolling forward, getting us over the fire. CC barely survives. And it's just a slow death here for Cure. Just over and over again, just hammering down the space. Cure cannot maintain a 5th. Not anymore. Earlier on, if he was able to settle this position, then sure, but again, he has no bank. He's burned through everything. Fights have been too poor. Solo's getting ready for the game-winning push. At this point, there's just not really much left to work with. Okay, collapsing on the tanks. Getting 1, 2, 3 tank kills. Less than last time, true. Planetary is going to finish. Greater Spire's almost done. This one, I would say that we don't need Broodlords, but I mean, why not, right? Like, there's no reason not to. Soul's just looking very comfortable, and looks like we're getting ready here for 5 Broods. And there's no Vikings, right? There's no Vikings, there's no reason for there to be Vikings. Soul, he rotates towards the left-hand side, catching up the orbitals. Gets 1. Nice deduction. Gets another. Takes down 2 orbitals. Catching up some of the Hellbats. A little bit messy here for Solar as he does bleed out some Hydras. About! He has some rough rotations. But overall, hey, he takes down 2 orbitals. Less mules. Right, less mules, less economy. Less energy to work with. And here come the Broods. 6 Broodlords morphing in. Again, so far it's a very tank-heavy composition. It's mainly tanks. It's 10 tanks and 5 ghosts. That's a 9. 9 tanks left. Soul has every base on the map. Has every expansion. Every base, every expansion, and here comes the main push. Once again, we might be looking at this and be like, oh, don't you need like Broodlord Infestor? No, not when the Terran is this far behind, right? Like, the Cure cannot afford to max. Like, he's stuck at 146 supply, not even 150. Like, he's broke, he has no money. You don't need a hyper-efficient Zero composition here. Basically, Solo could have made whatever he wanted. Like, even if Duckling goes, because why not? Pulls off the abductions. Lunging forward, Bane's to get into the mineral line. Oof, massive connections. And with that Solar Summon, he has broken the expansion. He has broken Cure. GG gets called, and Solar will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Solar does take lead in the series. Again, Cure going for a very tame, very passive play here in game number 1. We referred to it earlier here. He went for a very standard economic opener in towards his 7-minute timing, and this is the moment where Solar took momentum away from Cure, was when that 7-minute timing didn't do any damage. Cure was pushing, he had a threatening army, and then he turned back around. Solo went for a Ling counterattack. He went for a Ling counterattack, Ling run by. He forced Cure to unsiege, turned back around, raced back home, and the Solo secured his 5th. And that was the moment where Solo gained map control. When he took that 5th base, took that expansion, spread creep, shut down the army in the center of the map, and Cure was just stuck at home from that moment. GG. There were a couple of nice moments when Cure was going for drop play. There was like 1 or 2 really good drops, which killed 9 drones, if you remember. He got like a double drop going on the south side, killed 9 workers. I remember it was over half a mineral line, and that was like a nice moment for Cure, but we needed more of that, right? We needed more drop play, counterattacks, distracting Solar to give Cure the time and the room that he needed to breathe to establish his 5th. He never got the 5th base up and running. We emphasized that Cure, he needed SimCity there, but he couldn't afford it because Solo was in his face. He needed something to distract Solo, to bring him back home, to pull his attention away, to set up CCs, bunkers, and set up a choke point at his 5th base, but that never happened. Never did happen. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be loading into game 2. Going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Here we go. We're loading into Ruby Rock here into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Pure. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself representing, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go. So now Cure is going to be setting up. Oh, this time going to Rax Reaper. Okay. Is going into 2-Rax Reaper, something more aggressive, something more intense. And we'll see if we can pull this off. So the purpose of 2-Rax Reaper, remember, this is not all in. It's not all in. The purpose here is to delay the third. Delay the third base of Solar, disrupt the build, disrupt the economy, and make Solar have a much more uncomfortable early game here in ZVT. Is the goal. That goal changes if we throw in a third Rax on the high grounds, but this should just be 2-Rax Reaper. So we go. Raxes are finishing up. Oh, my apologies here. That is not 2-Rax Reaper. The gas is later. We're going 2-Rax Marine. Okay, Future, is that you? Future has this build where he goes 2-Rax Marine, he catches the first Overlord, and then he turns this into a later 2-on-1. I say later, technically an earlier 2-on-1. Now, there is a big downside to this. 1, no SCV Scout. 2, no Reaper Scout. So, zero vision, zero scouting. You'll see that we're trying to wait for the Overlord to go in. There we go, 2 Marines do pounce, and this Overlord should fall. We can even lift the, we can even lift the Rax just to make sure the Overlord does not escape. If you remember Future from like 2 years ago, the American Terran when he was staying in Korea, remember he went to Korea with Clem and with Estrella and with Trigger. He was fond of this build. He was the only player doing it, but cool to see it here as well. Cool to see it at the Cure. So there's a reactor, there's a tech lab. Oh, this is not a 2-on-1. That's the third Rax. Okay, speaking of aggression, so I do appreciate this after game 1. Like, game 1 was very standard, was hyper standard. Like, if you want to learn how to play standard TVZ, like, you watch game 1. Sure, Cure had lost, but I mean, you know, you're not going to play against Solar on the ladder. So Cure, he played that out as standard as possible. Here, hyper aggression, going for the third Rax, going into early stim, going into a heavy bio setup, and this is going to hit quite hard. It's going to hit hard. Now, the one thing that I don't like about this is that we're doing this on Ruby Rock. I would like this a little more on Tourmaline, or even on 10,000 feet. But the issue with Ruby Rock here is that it's the rush distance is, I believe, shorter than that on Tourmaline and 10,000 feet. Sorry, longer, I meant to say. So there's more time to react and respond, even if just barely. But more importantly, it's very common to play Roaches. It's very common to play Roach here in ZVT. If we see an early Roach Warren, this build is going to be shut down. So we'll see what Solo goes for. For now, link speed. Oh, he's in gas though. He's in gas. We'll see if this is for an early Lair or Roach Warren. We'll see how Solo opens up. As for the time being, he's in the dark. He doesn't know. Stim is halfway done. Stim is almost complete, and then Curie can just send it. He may even pull the boys. He may pull the boys with this. We can see an early Baneliness out of Solar. This is safe. It's very, very safe here. That's a 3:48-ish Roach Warrant, sorry, Baneliness timing. It's very safe, but I don't know if that's going to be done in time and really be impactful. Here comes the army. Like, Marines, they're getting ready for their push. We're still building more Marines. This is a bit of a ByuN timing here, as Curie pushes pre-stim, which is very risky. Yeah, checks to the third location. Remember, Curie has very limited scanning information. Banelings are amassing. Solar trying to look for Cure, and Curie bobs. He weaves his way past. Solar, he checks, and he sees some Marines. But here comes the push. Stim is done. Stim is complete. We have 5 Banelings on the way. They're going to be slow Banes. If they can connect, Solar can hold. If not, Solar's dead. Here we go. You're holding him for that stim. Does scan. Bailings have been spotted. Yo, we can't just do nothing here. He sees the Bailings. Curie gets scared. Like, with good enough control, we can stim in, and we can focus this down. He's waiting a long time. He's waiting a long time here. Curie gets. There's no third CC. He does. Okay. So a couple of things here. He does back off. This is a brutal position for Cure, but he's doubling down. Factory into Starport into Medivacs. He's going for a later timing, and at least Cure doesn't lose anything. He doesn't lose anything, but he did miss his window. And now we're going for like a second timing with more Marines and with Medivac's time instead. But again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. Oh, he has to be careful. Yeah, he cannot push too deep on creep, otherwise he'll be surrounded. 5 Marines at a time. Here come the Medivacs. Medivacs are coming. And Curie's, he's still 2 base all in. Bear that in mind. Like, there's no third. Like, there's no third base. This SCV does look like a third CC, which I wouldn't be in love with, just because we're so committed already. Like, is it really worth expanding? Maybe. Yeah, he's going for the third CC at 620. Very late third base. Now, because of the posturing, at least Solar's 4th is late. That is true, but... Alright, here he comes. He's got 1 tank and 2 Medivacs. He rotates. He's aware that there's no 4th base on the top side, and now he's headed towards bottom left to make sure there's no 4th, right? If he can deny the 4th base, he can get away with the late expansion. And here he comes. 4th base is going to be denied. So nice pick off back here. Nice pick off. Denies the 4th. Solar, he needs a little bit more time to get into bailing speed. Tank shots going off. Nice connections. So far, a decent trade here from Cure. But now he needs to rotate. Or push further in. Okay, we're pushing it. Okay. Okay. He's moving further in, clearing up some more creep. Setting himself up. Ooh, Solar setting up for a surround. Uh-oh. Solar, he wants to collapse in. And we're going for it. Yeah, we pull the trigger. And Curie has nowhere to run. No, yeah, there's nowhere to run. Massive connections. He collapses on everything. Every Marine goes down. Massive connections. Brutal surround. And Curie, he'll lose the entire army. Ay. The tank falls. There's no holding him to this third. Double drop into the main base. Okay, clutch move. Does go for the double drop. Does distract Solar. Solar, he races back home. He races back. We'll lose a queen. We'll lose 1 drone. And this is at least keeping Solar busy. Right, it's keeping him busy. Curie gets into the mineral line. 6 drone kills, not bad. Once again, Solar, he has to defend 3 locations at once. Defend the main, defend the 5th base, and defend the 4th and the 3rd. Needs to defend. Sorry, firing at a Cure. Solar still holding. Liberators, they rotate into the main. Drop at the 4th base. And again, the drop play is just giving Cure time. Honestly, if it wasn't for these drops, Cure'd be dead. Cure would have at least lost a 3rd. This 3rd base would not be up and running. He would have lost it, would have gone down, or forced a lift. So this is all just keeping Solar pinned. Oh, catching a queen. Can we get one? We can. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 queen kills. Oh my god. Yeah, nice trades here from KuR. Does take some baiting shots to the face, but at the same time, 11 drone kills in the main. Solar falling apart here. Losing 3 queens, losing 11 drones. We're still not done, by the way. As it's going to be 12 drones and 2 hydras. 2 more hydras. Another drop into the main. He's just all over Solar. Again, desperate for damage. And it's not working. I mean, it's working quite well. So not working too badly. Here comes the main push, and again, Solar, he's been struggling. He's been struggling to macro, struggling to build up. Lings, they get cleaned up in the main base. We need a banelings. And some rough trades. And Solar, he might just not have enough here. Not anymore. Tanks have arrived. Massive tank shots. Oh my god. And massive connections. Banelings, they get shut down. More tank shots on the banelings. So he needs to commit in, but oh god. The tank shots continue. Yeah, some brutal connections. Lingbane gets completely cleaned up, and KuR's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. Things initially were looking disastrous for KuR when he missed his timing and when Solar surrounded the army. But again, the drop play excelled. The drop play won KuR the game. Distracting Solar, keeping him busy, allowing him to expand. If you remember, this is what we wanted at a KuR in game 1 when he was trying to get his 5th base. So we wanted. And we saw it here. The tanks are by themselves. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we have plenty of reinforcements with that KuR. He overwhelms, he breaks through the main army, takes down the Lingbane, pushing towards the queens, has plenty of tanks. And even with his blinding class, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not good enough. GG gets called, and KuR ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be... Oh, with that, we do tie up the series, and we're going into the ace match. Going to game 3. Going to be loading into Mothership. But again, winding it back, as we mentioned, KuR, he had a rough start. He went for the initial 2 ranks Marine opener into sim timing into 3 ranks follow-up, hyper aggressive. He decided not to hit that timing. He saw the bailings. He didn't really think that he could break through, so he backs off. He plays it safe, goes for a later timing, and he gets fully surrounded, gets fully shut down. And I thought that was going to be game then and there, but no, we saw him just pop over those drops, distract Solar, get across the map, and GG. GG, well played, was able to just pull Solar apart and close things out with that push. So we closed it out then and there, and with that, we're getting into the ace match. Going to be loading into Mothership, a much larger map of the map pool, a lot more of an open map as well. We'll get into it. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is KuR. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg. It is Solar. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be opening up. So we are going to be settling in. From here we're settling in. This time we do not have a low ground setup here, so earlier last game we had the 2 racks opener. This time racks is on the ramp. So we're calming things down, we're opening up. It is going to be Hatch Gas Pool. Welcome to Mothership. Mothership is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, top left, or bottom side instead, so 3 possible spawn locations. And likewise has a very open 3rd and 4th base. You do spread yourself thin, and because of that, there aren't really many choke points. Not too many to work with here. The map does open up, and we often do see a lot of Terran players struggle in longer and later games on Mothership. So in my mind, I feel like KuR needs to be aggressive earlier on. Like I'm at least expecting a more aggressive style here out of KuR, similar to last game. We'll see. playing straight up and playing standard, it struggles here on Mothership. Again, from here we are going to be opening up, saturating our bases, claiming our third. Solo does of course find Cure with his Overlord, with the first Overlord across the map. Does find him. Cure likewise will find the Overlord and will confirm the location of Solar. So they do scout each other. Reaper does poke in. Does poke, pulling back the drones. Link speed is on the way. Soldier's playing standard, pulling out of gas, claiming his own third base, saturating his bases, or looking at his ship. From here we have confirmation it's going to be a third CC into Starport. So remember, last game was very heavy two-base play to Cure. This time a much more standard third base timing, much more economic. Much more economic. This is the same opener we went for in game 1, if you recall. I'll stand by what I said at the start of this game, though. I'm not too fond of the idea of Cure playing standard on Mothership. Not too fond of it. From here, Curie does go for the dive, trying to get some scanning information, goes further into the main base, and confirming there's nothing crazy going on. Again, there's no fast gas, there's no hidden Roach Warren or Eva Chamber. Does get one drone kill, so add two, okay. That's some damage. But this is going to weaken the mid game. If you recall, we did mention something in game 1 of Winter Madness, how with your Hellions in the early game, if you can preserve them, that does actually strengthen your 7-minute push with Hellbats. But Cure, he's being a little bit careless with this. Sure, he trades 2 for 2, like a 1-to-1 trade with Hellions and drones. But we'll mean he has less Hellbats later on. Meanwhile, that is a 4:30 lair timing. So lair first here by Solar. Game 1, we saw Solar go double Eva Chamber. This time, show us what you got. This is not a bad map for me to play, for example. Going to Spire Tech. But because Solar's, because of his fondness here for Hydra heavy play, we're expecting double Eva Chamber into +1 range again. So we're expecting. This time no scout to the main base, so we do have Cloak Banshees on the way. Again, so far unscouted. Hell, we commit in. Oh my god. Okay, let's commit to the natural. Link's out of position. Queens as well. Yeah, massive opening into the main base. Hellies go for the dive. Banshee does poke in as well. Do we get the drones? They're lining up. Oof. Yeah, they are lining up, and drones are going down. 8 drones. Oh my god. 12 drones going down. Crazy damage, and we're still not done. We're still not done. 14 drones going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, crazy damage here in the main base. Solar, he is crippled. I was concerned about throwing away those Hellions, but now it's worth it. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. I'm still just dying. But so far, solid damage. Solid damage. Links are coming for the counter attack. They will surround the Marines at least. Okay. Boys are being pulled. A couple of SCs will go down. Ah, never mind. Putting reinforcements, 0 SCVs full, strong start here for Cure, and as we had assumed, plus on range. Plus on range, it is going to be a heavy Hydra play. There's a Hydra in the main. So a heavy Hydra play, delayed banelings. This can do well in the mid game, but again, Solar he has been crippled, and Cure, we should be going for that 7-minute push. We're setting up here with our tanks, with our ByuN. Stim is done, 1-1 is on the horizon. We'll see how assertive Cure plans on being. Like, again, I was really impressed, and I was very surprised by just the assertiveness of Cure in game 2. He was hyper aggressive and very in the face of Solar. That's what I want to see, Pappy. But here we're calming things down a little bit here. Okay. Here comes the move out. Cure pushing towards the would-be 4th base. He can set up on the high ground. Solar, he attempts to scout. Again, the upgrades are done. Solar, he has eyes on the rooks. And Cure gets spotted. Banshees are deflected. Interesting setup. Okay. We're setting up pretty far back. I think this is within range of the gases and maybe one patch? No. Okay, just the gases. Just the gases. Does catch a queen though. And queen goes down. Hydras, they collapse in. They didn't quite catch the medevac. And Soleil's massing up Morling Hydra. Baneling speed is on the way. Hydras, they decide to collapse in. Getting into the tank. He's trying to... Ooh, one tank goes down. Yeah, gets one. Heavy trades here for Solar. He bleeds out a lot of Hydras. Oof. That was 7 Hydras going down. Yeah, Rough Trade does get a medevac. Gets one. Does get a medevac at the same time. Cure going for a second push across the map. Opted not to reinforce his army. Didn't reinforce, push instead. Distracting Solar. And now we're building up. Building a 4th base now on the way for Cure, 5th base on the way for Solar. Solar did protect his 4th. And Solar, he's recovering from the early game. He's recovering. I still do favor Cure. At least currently, but again, we'll see what he can push into. So far, just clearing creep. Hive is now on the wave. And the Rectiles pull out. Spots the main army. Tanks take siege in time. Nice setup here from Cure. Catching up banelings. So he has to get ready for the flank. Or do we just give up on the base? He's giving up. Yeah, the 5th base is going to be cancelled. Now, speaking of how to Cure, he's maxed out, so he can keep pushing. Ideally, he wants to set up on the high ground and push down in towards that 4th. Yeah, he's setting up. Biggest concern is going to be the flank, which will happen. And so he moves in. Oh, no, the on siege! Yeah, it does get caught on siege. Cure has to get the hell out of here. He needs to pull out. One of the tanks gets caught. And he races back. And again, he's going to lose 3 tanks in the process. Oof. At the same time, nice push out of Cure. Denying an expansion. 4th base is denied. Solar pulling back. Pulls back the defense, catching in the tanks. Oh, once again, that's a kill. Yeah, kill auto cancel. Bases are going down. Cure's moving in. He has to be careful. Playing with fire. He's deep on creep. creep, force to pick up. Solar barely holding on at the same time. Solar, he defends the main. He's keeping up with the pushes, but Solar's stuck at home. Solar's stuck at home. Behind this, Curie is getting to 3-3 upgrades. 3 CCs are on the way. Setting up for more expansions. Solar's having Cure back. So by holding him to his bases. Likewise, Solar's not really able to work towards anything major yet. So we do have a Lurker Gen on the way, and that will help when it comes to defending these fringe locations. But Solar, he needs to break out. And the Vipers, it will help. Here come the Abductions, all Blinding Clouds. Yeah, covers one. Oh, right, true, he kind of ducked, right? I keep forgetting. Yeah, that was Blinding Cloud, catching up both tanks. Solar still keeping up. Maxed out. I will say that Cure, his bases have been a little bit delayed here. He was kind of banking up a lot of resources and he threw down 3 CCs at once. Like, we need to set up that northern base. More sensor towers. And once again, switching into mech. We're switching into mech. Into a more like tank, liberator, ghost heavy composition. Now, the most worrisome thing here is that Cure, he backed off. There was so much pressure on Solar. So much pressure with the drop play, with the pushes. That pressure has been alleviated. Like Cure, he stopped moving out across the map. He stopped reinforcing. So Solar, he can now breathe. He can now breathe, respread his creep, reestablish his bases, get them all back up and running, and now look to take map control away from Cure. That's Cure, he fully backed off. Now suddenly Cure is stuck at home. So there's very much so in this game. Solo just catching up on upgrades. He's got his, oh, just one Viper. That's a little bit concerning. Ideally, we'd have additional Vipers here. Cure setting up here with his missile turrets. Starting back the Viper. Solo sitting in for a run by. But I believe Cure should be able to hold on here. He's got better SimCity than previously on Winter Madness. He even gets across the map. Not bad. But that's the expansion. As the base goes further into the main. Ooh, he gets caught out. Oh, the abduction. Nice moves. And nice pickups here. And the back does fall. Now, as I mentioned, Solar, he now has gained map control, right? Cure, he decided to just back off when it came to the aggression, switch into a more ghost-heavy composition instead. You're in Solar room to breathe. Oh, some expensive losses here for Solar. Losing Hydras. Likewise, pushing on the top side. Can he roll in? There's only one tank. Yeah, only one tank to defend. This is an oversight here from Cure. The planetary is going to go down. Oof. Yeah, Cure, the entire army was fixated here in the center. 14 SCV kills. And Solar, he's found a weak point. Yeah, you can see him rotate over. He's found a weak point in the defenses, this northern position. Lurkers are being morphed in. And we've been here before. We've been here. Again, there's 2 tanks on the high ground. But it looks like we're rotating. Okay. Cure does rotate over. So collapsing in, tanks are unsieged. He gets into the middle line, and here come the lightning clouds. Ooh, yeah, brutal lightning cloud covering 2 tanks. 2 tanks are covered. 3 tanks go down, getting a 4th, zoning back the army, and these are brutal losses over here. Oh my god, massive connections. Bailings they pop off, 19 SCV kills. And Kyrie was just, he was on siege, right? Kyrie was caught on siege, caught unprepared. Added into the main base. Like I say, burrow in. Kyrie getting torn apart. Well, he's distracted. Solo pushing further. We'll find some free liberators. Yeah, 2. 2 liberators are free. Forcing friendly fire. And Kyrie's just being pulled apart. Yeah, it's just being torn apart here. He just cannot expand, cannot mine. He plummets in supply. Now we can go for the center expansion. This time there's only 1 tank in the planetary. Solo, he can go for it. He can commit. And he is. He's going for it. Yeah, boys are being pulled to buffer. Tank goes down. Going for the planetary, and Kyrie's just torn apart. Just torn apart. And again, Kyrie had momentum. He had a strong start. He killed, what, 12 plus drones? He killed so many workers at the start of the game. He was dropping. He was denying bases. We did mention that at a certain point, Kyrie, he did back off. He backed off. He made his go switch. Gave Solo room to breathe. So he punished the expansions. He punished them. 19 more CVs. And 19 more CV kills. Contained on 4 bases. As we're just landing the 5th base once again, catching up on siege tanks. No. Catching another tank line, a kill here on the CC. And we just gotta keep going. And just like last game, as you mentioned, like there's no need to tech up and to go into Broodlords. Solo, he's quite successful here with a more mobile composition so far. So he can just commit, catching up more tanks, gets into the middle line, massive Bailey connections. And keep going. Solo does actually incorporate a couple of infestors. Interesting. That will be ideal against a more ghost heavy composition. If he can land 1 good fungal, I mean, he can just lock everything down. +1 fire attack is on the way for the eventual Broodlords if need be. Things they catch out 2, they catch out 4? Wow, 4 more tanks. Oh my god. 4 more tanks are down. Fungal connecting here with the Medivacs. Decent catch. And again, Curie's all in. He's run out of steam. He has no bank, he has no resources, he has no mining. Air Solar, nothing for Cure. He's on creep. Fungal lands. No follow-ups. Second Fungal, better. Solo is still massing his Ling Bane. Oh god, god. There's no, no splits, no spread. Here distracted. Accepting his fate. Ay. I think they even killed the 3rd base. Oh my god. It does catch fire. They do repair in time. CVs are on it. And with reinforcements, Solo cleans up the final army. Cleans up the final army. Surrounds it goes. No Medivacs. GG gets called. And Solar, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, an intense back and forth here between KuR and Solar. Once again, KuR, he had the stronger start. He was crippling the economy. He was all over the bases. He was actually pulling apart the attention of Solar quite well. But eventually, the game slowed down. Right, the game slowed down. KuR, he backed off. He decided to tech up as well, tech up and tech out of ByuN tank into a more ghost-heavy composition. That did slow down reinforcements. That did slow down his overall aggression. He just retreated. He retreated with that Solar. He regained map control. He was able to stabilize, knock down the expansions. It all came down to that one moment where, if you recall, KuR, he was rotating to the top side, to the northern base, but he was unsieged. He was caught like with 3 tanks unsieged and 2 tanks on their own. Blinding Clouds came in, he got caught, he lost the army, and he lost the expansion as well. And that was the moment that the defenses cracked for KuR. And Soul just kept going. Just kept on going. GG, well played. With that, Solar does advance on to the semifinals, and it's going to be another ZVT. It's going to be Solar advancing on a face-off against ByuN in a best of 3. Let's go. So we have another Terran versus Rogue matchup. This time a very different kind of opponent, this time a much more active and aggressive opponent. Let's go. Going to be loading into Winter Madness. And again, if you remember, like, that was the game where KuR won. Like, KuR was hyper aggressive and hyper in the face of Solar in game 2. That's where KuR excelled. Likewise, even in game 3, KuR was also being very assertive and Solar was struggling. It wasn't until KuR slowed the game down where Solar was able to get comfortable. So we'll see how this TVZ differs. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. So let us go. We have our semifinals, our first of 2 semifinals available to us here. Bearing in mind that the upper semifinals will be taking place after this, it's going to be a best of 3 PvP between herO and Classic. So herO and Classic, they're on the same half of the bracket. They're going to be facing each other in that upper semis. Now that we have our quarterfinals. Sorry, we have our lower semis, let's say. So that's going to be our hatch gas pool setup. ByuN does open up with a Rax on the high ground, so no cheeky double Rax opener, no cheeky 2 Rax Reaper. Not here. Not out of ByuN. Not yet. So now we're opening up. ByuN has been very aggressive, very assertive in ZVT as of late in regards to 2-on-1 timings and 3CC 2-on-1s. So we'll see how assertive ByuN plans on being here. I mean, we are on Winter Madness. Longer rush distance, larger map. We often do see a little more mid to late game play here. We saw KuR struggle in the late game, claiming his 5th expansion on the low ground. It's very, very difficult to maintain. We'll see if ByuN plays for that as well. We'll see if he plays for the 5th. Now we are moving out. Again, when it comes to these larger maps, we have been seeing Solar go lair first. You go for a 430 lair timing into Delibra Chamber, into Hydra Tech. We saw that twice in KuR series, and we should be seeing it at some point here as well against ByuN. It's just Solar's go-to. So eyes on Solar. ByuN going for the 3rd CC. 3rd CC before Starport, very standard economic opener here out of ByuN. Very standard. Again, we'll see if ByuN can be more assertive. Oh. It's going to be zoned away. So it's back to Reaper. Last game we also saw KuR be a little more successful when it came to his own Hellion dives, but that was on a larger map and a more open map like Mothership. So we don't really expect that to occur here. Not this time against Solar. Not a Winter Madness. Regardless, Hellions are amassing. No add-on swap. Hello. You have my attention. Okay, so usually as the starport is being built, we go for the Tech Lab into add-on swap into Cloak Banshee, but here it's going to be 3cc Liberator instead. Interesting. Now, what this does mean here is that we are going to be leaving the Tech Lab on the ranks into earlier stim. Liberator, of course, can be used to harass, can be used to find some more damage here into the bases, but this is less committed than Banshees would be. If this was up against Roach heavy play, then ByuN would be in danger, of course, but on a large map like Winter Madness, there's less of a chance for Roaches to come into play. So I'm not opposed to this here for ByuN. This will mean it'll be a little bit more difficult to scout Solar, but you could argue that Solar, he's not really one to hide tech too often. I did mention earlier that Mutaplay is something that Solar does like to mix into a series. That's something that's still in the back of my mind at least, but if there is no Spyro Muta tech, then it wouldn't really matter. Solar moves in, and Solar, he does confirm no Tech Lab. Yeah, he sees no Tech Lab. Solar, he's aware of the earliest stim. Behind this, that is a 436 lair timing, a little bit later. But just like against Cure, it's going to be the lair first, and we're expecting double Red Chamber. Keep an eye on him. Hellions say threaten a dive. Catching out some tumors. Same time, Liberator moves in. No Spore in position, and so far we get one drone. Yeah, one drone goes down. Spore does reposition here to deal with the Liberator. Mining time is denied. Oh, we're going for a pretty aggressive follow-up here, building him to 5 axes. No, that's more than that. 6? Liberator moves in. 2 more drones go down. Yeah, here in the main base, we do have our 5 rack setup. I mean, 8 racks is a pretty dead nowadays, so I can't imagine we'd be building it with an 8 racks. No shot. And there's that hydrogen. We didn't see the double. Oh, there we go. I was like, we didn't see the double range, and we did. So +1 character play, +1 range into Hydra Tech. Again, this is Solar's go-to. Did it twice against Cure. Now we're seeing it here against ByuN. Hydra heavy. As there's that range upgrade. A nice catch here by ByuN. There's a transfuse, but then there's no second transfuse. Has to be careful. Shuffles the queens, not bad. Queens are shuffled. Solar's holding. Does transfuse once again. And Solar, he is keeping up. Let's keep him with Hellions, massing up his Hydras. 7 Hydras are now on the way. And ByuN is taking gases. Gas is being taken. Second factory is on the way as well, so we're building up in towards the mid to late game. This will lead into a 4th CC, a 4th command center, into the mid game. ByuN is going for a 7-minute timing. He sneaks out on the top side. ByuN did bleed out, was that 4 Hellions? 5. Oof, 5 Hellions went down. So that's going to be 5 Hellions that won't morph into Hellbats to support this army. True. So there's going to be a little bit less support here. As ByuN moves out, Solar moves in. It's a 3rd. I just have it amassed. Starter stepping. Oh, but 1 Hydra does fall. And they'll snipe a Hydra at the same time. Lingramai is dealt with. ByuN, he defends. He defends and he does situate himself quite nicely here, clearing up creep, catching at the queen, sniping a Hydra. Okay trades, but he cannot push towards the 4th base. He cannot move in. To have a second push on the south side. ByuN going to be zoned away. Solar setting up for the surround. And he comes in. Yeah, Solar, he does collapse in. Surrounds the army, comes in behind. The tanks will fall. Nice cleanup. Very nice. Catching up both tanks at the same time. ByuN, he will deny the 5th though. Okay, not bad. So a back and forth. 2 tanks go down, but for the cost of a 5th expansion. Nice split push out of ByuN. And there's that 4cc that we mentioned earlier. As soon as you saw the gases, that screened 4cc. So ByuN is expanding. Solo trying to keep up. Dancing with the Marines. The hive has begun. Again, this will be for Viper Tech. So working towards his Vipers. ByuN, he commits across the map. Does get across. So far, 2 tanks. Yeah, tanks are very nice in position. Once again, this 5th base is going to go down. There's just not enough creep here. There's no creep, there's no positioning. Once again, another cancellation. Massive pickoff. Oof. Solo's hurting. He's hurting here. Drop back into the main base. Gets a full scout. Confirms the hive on the way. Also confirms the lurker den. Very nice scout here by ByuN. He knows. So we have lurker tech being on the horizon. Oh, ByuN is distracted. ByuN's turning around. Oh, we lose the tank. And we'll throw 1 tank away. Solar's double expanding. Again, his 5th base is incredibly late for Solar, so he has to double expand. And as he does, ByuN is rotating over to knock that expansion down. So knock it down to 9 more creep, but both armies are maxed. Again, so far I'm loving these rotations here by ByuN. It's been a little more effective here than Cure has when it comes to denying the 5th base and keeping map control. Maintain that control. Solo going for the backstab instead. Oh, trying to. So it's forced to cancel. Massive Ling run by. Planetary's on its own. Lings, they head for the 3rd base. There are some reinforcements to defend, and ByuN, he does not turn around. It doesn't turn around. He's gonna lose some SCVs. Ooh, trying to force friendly fire. The SCVs, they get shut down, they get locked in. And that's gonna be a lot of SCV kills. That's gonna be the entire mineral line. Oh my god, 15 plus SCV kills. ByuN commits, that's 19 workers going down. Heavy losses for ByuN. And it's going to be worth it though if we can break the 4th. Sorry, the 5th. If we can break the 5th base. And Bailey's getting caught out. Hatchery's under fire. So he needs a 5th expansion. He's lost it twice now. He has to commit. Oh no, Bailey's is like behind the Hydras. Dragging the army into tanks. We have 3 tanks behind this. Ay, ay, ay. And Solo to catch the mineral line. 22 SCVs, that's crazy. The 1 Ling run by Solo, he lapses forward, getting his over the tanks, and Solo, he should hold. He should hold, he's gonna clean everything up. Catching out 3, 4, 5, 6 tanks, oh my god. 6 tanks get caught. Heavy losses for ByuN. Losing a 6th tank. And Solar saves the 5th for the first time. Finally gets his 5th base. And double expanding, getting a 6th. Solar's maxed out. Now we can incorporate Ultra Tech. Ultra upgrades are somewhat lacking, but they're on the way. Yeah, that talent's almost done. Solar's getting there. Now he just has to keep up with drop play and deny the 5th. Just like against Cure, the goal here, the win condition for Solar is deny the 5th over and over again. Ensure that ByuN cannot expand. Okay, collapsing forward. Nice riding cloud. Catching out one of the tanks. Catching out one of the tanks. Decent baiting connections as well. And Solo, he's just going to keep on pushing. Doesn't just deny the 5th base, but he just keeps on going into the natural. Nidus Swarm is done. Nothing in the Nidus, unfortunately. Do we have any lurkers? We do. Where are they? Yeah, Nidus was empty. Speaking of lurkers, they head into the Nidus Swarm for the next one. That would have been ideal. So lurkers out of position. I'm sure Solo just assumed they were in the Nidus Swarm as well. I'm sure he assumed. Backup Nidus on the way. ByuN does notice. And ByuN does shut this down, but what matters here, like a fifth, right? The fifth base is being denied over and over again. As I mentioned before, that is the win condition for Solar. Deny the fifth. Oh, as he's even thinking about the fourth base. Okay. Where are we going? Running into the army. Yeah, rough trades of Solar is a bit mistimed. Hydras are exposed, but he does take down a couple of tanks. That was shaky. That was a shaky trade here. 2 tanks, but no, the Viper! Viper gets thrown away. Rough rally there out of Solar. This one will not finish. And ByuN is remaxed. And he has remaxed. He has taken better fights. Solar collapses in. Once again, some rough trades here. Nice tank shots out of ByuN. We're down to 2 Vipers. They're gathering energy. Once they're done, then Solar can push in and break the fourth. Sorry, break the fifth. He needs those Vipers. At the same time, Solar going for another lane run by. Will catch a tank. Gets into the mineral line. We've seen this before. Not again. He gets into the mineral line and borrows some Zerglings. ByuN, did he notice? Did he notice? And we do want to hold on to this. Ideally, you want it all to happen at once. When the main army pushes in, you distract ByuN. Bam, you unborrow the Zerglings. They get on top of the tank. You want that distraction. Nidus into the main. Oh, setting up vision in the main. Solar's taking over the entire map. ByuN, he's actually establishing this 5th base here. If you recall, our biggest criticism of Cure is that he never had any breathing room to set up his SimCity. But look at this. We have turrets, widow mines, we have more turrets, more CCs. ByuN, he's securing his 5th. Something that Cure never could achieve. Nice into the natural, gets shut down. Solar tries to keep it in. Not quite worth it. And Solar's in trouble. He's in trouble here. ByuN has a more efficient army. He's building a bank. We mentioned earlier that this is the moment that we need to set off Aspires and Broodlords and Broodlord Infestor. As eventually ByuN is going to break out. Now we need to be ready for that. Things are looking bleak here for Solar. There's that blue flame. As I mentioned before, the ideal for late game TVZ is Mech Ghost. Or Ghost Mech. So ByuN working towards Ghost Mech. Speaking of, there we go. We have 3 more factories in production. ByuN looking to claim that northern base. At the same time, Solar pushing bottom left. And Solar, he will get onto the planetary. It's going to go down. Solar moves in. Nice Iron Cloud on the ramp. Planetary falls. 20 SCV kills as well. Nice fight for Solar. Even catching a ghost. Oof. Solar does overextend. A bit of an overextension. ByuN with his own counterattack. Catching a base. If this base falls, then we cut off the northern bases from Solar's army. His expansions. He's going for it. Oh, doesn't quite get it. The hatchery lives. Solo's able to hold on. ByuN bleeding out a lot of units here. Losing full medevac. Oof. Second full medevac goes down. Heavy losses for ByuN, and you can see ByuN plummeting supply. He just lost a mineral line, a base, and 2 full medevacs. Heavy losses for ByuN. Now, ByuN, ideally, he wants to fight here, right? He wants to fight with all the planetaries, tank lines, turrets, SimCity. This is where he wants to fight. Solar, ideally, is able to come in from a different angle. Push towards the third base. So now Solar throws down the Spire. He's getting ready for the late game. So he's getting ready. ByuN needs another expansion. Solar moves in. Once again, tanks are exposed. Gets 1, 2, 3 tanks here on the high ground. As I mentioned earlier, pushing to this low ground position is looking so difficult, but this high ground location, it was vulnerable. Tank line goes down. Lepinitis. So once again moving in, does lunge forward. Be careful, not enough Zerglings. Not enough support. So we're just keeping ByuN busy. Solar has remaxed. Waiting for those Zerglings. And once again, he wants to deny the base. Deny the expansion. Get on top of the tanks. That's one. A little bit shaky here for Solar. Oh, bleeding out even more Hydras. Ay. Rough trades for Solar. Solar here extended, bled out a lot of units here, only for 1 tank. Solar's gonna be careful. Solar, he does have resources to burn. He has a massive bank to work with, but lava can become an issue. That's my big concern. Is that Solar, he has lava available here to him, but he's not making use of it. Now we're collapsing in. Cashing out a couple of tanks, not bad. Ooh, bases are connecting to the ghosts. This time some heavy losses for ByuN. Oh no, Saber, no! Shout out to Saber, by the way. Saber's Lily. He also hosts the Lily Cup and other tournaments. It's a Chinese caster. ByuN is fighting for his 5th base as hard as he can. Pushing further in. Lurkers are distracted on the top side. And it's hard to really envision a way out here for ByuN, given the just amount of resources that Solar has at his disposal. Obviously, there's a world where Solar takes a bad fight, has no lava, and cannot rebuild in time. But oh god. Moments like this, they ensure that ByuN cannot max. Collapsing in, catching out more tanks. Once again, trading minerals for gas. Once again, trading. Things they bypass the army, trying to catch reinforcements. Tanks to do punish. Go. Yeah, messy run by here from Solar. He does get a tank, does get a couple of marauders. Messy. But Solar, he has minerals to spare. We have 12 corruptors in production. That'll help deal with the mass liberator transition. It seems like ByuN is trying to blindly set up here 4 potential ultras. So ultras? So I'm going to say Brood Lords. And ultra tech as well, true. Jesus. We just threw away a wave of Zerglings. CC. Oh no, the CC burned down. No. It does burn down. Where are we going? Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by ByuN. Floating a CC out into the open. And Soul just needs to keep trading. He hasn't traded in quite some time, but we should just be seeing him collapse in like this. Catching out Marauders. Very nice Vocal Growths. Oof. Catching Marines. And rinse and repeat. Ideally, just keep trading out Ling Bane. Getting into gas intensive units. Greater Spire's almost done. We still have those 12 Corruptors. Not making use of them yet. Jesus, the Mule Hammer. Oh my god. That's a lot of mules. And Solar, he wants those mules, man. He wants them. 12 Broodlords now morphing in. How many Vikings? 0. There's 0 Vikings, only 4 Liberators. ByuN, he's not ready for Broodlords, and likewise ByuN is running out of resources. You can see here he's got half saturation at the center expansion. On the left hand side he's got 2 patches left. ByuN, he's running out of money. He needs to defend this location. The mules are putting in a lot of work. And hey, ByuN does distract. Distract Solar for a moment. There's a scan, he sees! And he abandons. ByuN evacuates. And nice evacuation. Preserves all these tanks. Viking production has begun. We're making 12 Marines at a time. Take on the Broods. Oof. He's getting caught. This is caught out. We're just chasing down the army. Catching up more tanks. Second tank goes down. Gets 2. Gets 3. Doing detection. It's a bit far back. There we go. Detection moves forward. Oh my god, the friendly fire. Tanks going down. But the Broodlords, they need support. They need that support. There's no investor. Once again, they at least trade. And there's no expansion center left. The center left did go down. That's all that matters. Every Broodlord here may just die. They might just get cleaned up, but it's fine. They were worth it. And they just keep going. Catching out more tanks, more ghosts. Reinforcements have arrived, and Solar he's out. He has broken ByuN. GG gets called, and Solar takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar, he does take a lead in the series. Again, ByuN, I would say he had a stronger mid-game here. Stronger than Cure. Like ByuN, he was looking solid. Denying bases, maintaining map control, claiming the center 5th base. Like, he set it up very, very nicely. But if you noticed, he was lacking when it comes to defenses at his 4th expansion. It was kind of weird. It was almost the inverse of Cure, where Cure had a really secure 4th base, you remember, because he had double planetary. He had double planetaries at his 4th base, plus Liberator tank. Meanwhile, ByuN only had 1 planetary, only had 1 tank as well. He had very minimal defenses at his 4th base. He did not have a sensor tower either, so there was another opening. Sure, he had a secure 5th, but the 4th was denied time and time again, and Soul was able to abuse that position just outside of the 3rd. Outside of the 3rd, where the 4th location was, taking advantage of that high ground as well, and Solar, he eventually found damage there. Not where we expected at the 5th, but at the 4th and 3rd location. GG. GG, well played. So again, ByuN, there was a gap in the defense, there was a hole in its defensive line, and Solar to take full advantage of that. GG. GG, well played. With that, Solar takes the lead, and now we're going to be loading into game number 2, loading into Ruby Rock. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Este Chileno in the chat. Yeah, papi, Este Chileno Singaporean subscribing for 52 months, papi. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate the support as always. Este Chileno. Gracias, gracias. Do appreciate it. Always, papi, always. As we are getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player going for the 2-Max Reaper opener, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. We have a much more aggressive start here by ByuN, which is to be expected here on Ruby Rock. Now, we're expecting 2-Max Reaper, but Kura did open up 2-Max Marine, if you recall, going for the future opener instead. But here we're expecting Reapers out of ByuN, as this time we have a much earlier gas. In the Kura game, we were not really paying attention to the gases. We just took it for granted, and then we realized that the gases were late, and then it led into Marine production. But here the gas is going to be on time. We can set up our Reapers instead. Once again, welcome to Ruby Rock as we're going for a gasless opener. Okay, Este Solar. This can work wonders, actually. Almost hard countering. So, if you're curious what's happening here, hatch pull into a late gas. Because the gases are so late, this often means that Solar will be skipping link speed, and often does mean that he's going into a Roach follow-up in the mid-game, into potentially even a Roach all-in. Oh, but this is not 2-Max Reaper. This is 1, 2, 3-Rax Reaper. Okay, 3-Rax Reaper out of ByuN. Now, suddenly, because of the lack of gas and because of the lack of link speed, there's a bigger window in time here where there is no link speed and where Zerglings can't really keep up with Mass Reaper. And if it was 2-Rax Reaper, it's fine because you have a high queen count, right? The earlier pool means that your queens are much faster. You're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 queens a lot faster. Your third base is going to be delayed. But with a heavier Reaper count, we might be able to abuse only queens defending, and we might find a way into the mineral line. So we'll see. We shall see if Solar can defend with purely slowlings and queens. And remember, Solar is intentionally not expanding. Intentionally not expanding. That's how we can afford 2 and then 4 queens. Meanwhile, big shout out to Luis GG. God, gracias, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid of 69. Nice, 69 viewers. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Gracias, gracias. Luis GG. Buenos dias, buenos dias. Hope you have a good day. Hope you have a good day. Luis. As Reapers are massing across the map. Again, they're checking for a third that will not exist. Okay, to threaten the mineral line. So far it's 2 queens, and remember we did mention that eventually we're building up to fast 4 queens. As we get in, yeah, ByuN is gonna get surrounded. He will lose 1 Reaper already. He'll lose 1, but he'll get 2 drones. He'll get 3. 3 drone kills. Second Reaper does barely pull away. And behind this, ByuN is expanding. Remember, this is not a 2-base all-in, but he needs more damage here. 3 drones is nice, but we need more than just containing our opponent because Solar never planned on expanding anyway. He was already playing 2-base. He was already going for a 2-base opener. The queens, they hold the line. They do barely not catch a Reaper. Yo, can we catch a queen? Queens are getting low. Yeah, they're getting low. Third queen rotates from the main base. Again, 4 queens in total. Solar's droning. And the lair has begun. Now, in my mind, this is going to be 2-base Roach, but we'll see, because I guess technically this could be 2-base Muta. Gases are being taken. The queen gets caught. Ooh, massive hiccup. 1 queen goes down. Yeah, queen goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. 2 queen kills. Moves down to low ground. Boys are being pulled. Does catch another Reaper. There's 3 Reapers left. Oof. As we catch out 2 more workers. 2 more drones go down. Roach 1 has been scouted. Big scout here for ByuN. He knows. And he knows, he's aware, as we called at the beginning of the game here, late gas typically means Roach play. And at this point, Solar has to go for the all-in. Yeah, he has to go for the all-in. Heavy losses here. 6 drones going down. Critical damage. I say 6, getting up to 8, 9, 10? 9 drones. 9 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Now, the scary thing here, I would typically say that a 2-ace roach all-in would work wonders against ByuN because his production is stuck on the low ground. But because it's a 3cc build, Stim is on the high ground. The tech lab is on the high ground. The factory is on the high ground. Usually, all this will be on the low ground in a 2-1-1 and a 2-rack Reaper opener, but it was 3 racks instead. So the production is safe for ByuN. Roach all-ins will not be anywhere near as effective as there's less to take over in the natural. Likewise, drones have been going down, catching another drone, another 2 drones. How many in total so far? 14 drone kills. Barely not 15, but 14 drones for only 6 Reapers and catching out 2 Queens. The Lings as well. Third base is denied, and Solar, he's in a world of hurt here. He is hurting. The problem is Solar, he's being forced into an all-in, but it's going to be a weakened all-in due to all the economic damage. And again, ByuN, he saw the Roach Warren, right? He saw the Roach Warren, he knows. No safety bunker back at home, which is greedy. It is quite greedy here for ByuN. Bearing in mind that the 3 racks build does mean that the factory production is late. So pulling this off without any bunkers is very, very greedy. You could argue that ByuN, because he's so far ahead, can get away with some greed. That is true, but we'll see. Gotta be careful. ByuN slips in. The piles don't connect. He wants those Ravagers. Settles on Overlord. Does settle for the Overlord. Does respect the Roaches. There's a second Stim. Oof. The army is getting overstimmed. Solar, he should chase out. Oh, the Tall Grass. Tall Grass works well. 3 shots on the Roaches. Medivacs have arrived. Again, as you mentioned, there's no safety bunker, which is greedy, but ByuN, he might be able to pull off the defense regardless. The tank is almost out. Solar gets up the ramp. ByuN has plenty of Marines. And the tank will siege. Yeah, the tank does siege. Oof. Massive tank shots. Marines, they stim in. You can see how close the trades are here, so it's still quite close, still quite messy for ByuN. But he holds. And ByuN is holding down to 1 Ravager. Still a very, very shaky defense. Very shaky. And Solar's running. Solar, he's running up behind this. He's attempting to transition. It's going to be difficult. Thankfully for Solar, though, ByuN went for a 3-1-1 setup with a very late 3rd CC. So both players' their economies did fall by the wayside. Both players have lackluster economies. I still do favor ByuN's overall tech. He's already got 1-1 upgrades, he's got Stim, he's got combat shields. He also Shell is finishing up as well. So the tech is in favor of ByuN. But we'll see if we can make use of it. Optimal raid numbers. Hey, bad PC. Oh no. Gets into the main, not bad. Jesus, 9 drone kills. And he's not done. 11. 11 drones going down. Oh. Getting to 12. 12 drones kills. Meanwhile, we have the would-be, what, almost 9-minute link speed timing. Let's go. Let's go. Link speed is on the way. Safety infestors. Despite Solar having a very, very shaky early and mid game, a couple of well-placed fungal growths can actually make a fight for him. So Solar has potential with those fungals. Has 3 infestors on the way. ByuN is pushing. ByuN does move out. Out a hatchery. Yeah, ByuN is trading well, picks up 4 the Roaches. Ravagers are on their own. And the tank shots are brutal. And Soldier's being bullied. He's being bullied back. Infestor's finally coming in. Oh, bet he wants them. He wants the Infestors. Yeah, Soleil's still stuck on 3 bases. ByuN dropping in. Drops into the main, pulling Solar apart. And once again, Solar is heavily reliant on fungal birds. Heavily reliant. Oh! The chain fungals. Spinning 2 fungals here is, yeah, not ideal. Not like this. Atrium's getting caught out. They were long distance mining. And we're looking to make a series out of this. We're gonna make a series out of this. We're gonna have that back and forth. Nice thing run by here by Solar, but no kills. Quick reactions out of ByuN. Quick reactions. Now Solar is rushing into Ultra Tech. The Hive is done. We have Ultras on the way. We have +1 melee on the way as well. The upgrades are not going to be there for the Ultras. This can work. Once again, as we mentioned before, like if we can land a fungal and the Ultras can collapse in and get on top of the army, like there's a world where he can take a better fight. There's a chance. It's a slim one, but it's there. Solar, he's still attempting to recover. Still redroning, still resaturating. Again, this has all been slowing Solar down. What's that fungal? Oh! Solar pulls back. ByuN claiming his own 4th base. And Solar still does not have a 5th. Again, Solar has been struggling to tread water here and to keep his head above. Keep his head above water. But hey, Ultra Cavern's done. Upgrades are on the way. If Solar can survive into Ultra Tech, like again, he can take a fight. Nice fungal. And nice fungal lands, catching out a good chunk of ByuN. Oh, we do have another fungal in the chamber. Solar's holding. He is holding on. Again, Solar, he has almost no crease spread and has very limited vision on the map. But so far he's holding. And he's maxed. Bearing in mind that Solar still is stuck with too much Roach Ravager. It's not the most efficient composition. Ideally, he wants to get rid of it for just a better supply. Oh, nice snipe. Gets one Infestor. No fungals. So ByuN moves in on the top side. Catching on more roaches. Again, ByuN trades efficiently. Oh, forcing a bit of friendly fire. ByuN's forced to pick up. Solar's holding. Same time, ByuN jumping into the main. Can he catch the Vipers? Up! Nice fungal. Yeah, nice fungal. Nice follow-up as well. Powerbomb on the Metamax. And Solar holds. Yeah, Solar cleans up the army. We'll lose 1 Infestor in the process, so a bit of a loss there. But forces back the drops. And this is where I'm now concerned for ByuN. It's been a while now, and Solar, he's been able to stabilize on 5 bases, so he has a solid economy. He's been building up more Ultras over time. ByuN has been aware of the Ultras for a couple of minutes at this point, and ByuN so far has no academy, right? Just double checking, yeah, there's no academy here for ByuN. That is a concern. He's going into double starport, so it looks like the goal here should be Liberators. But ByuN, he's been stuck with a biocomposition, hoping to kill and deal damage, but he hasn't been able to. if ByuN was able to deny the 5th base for a second time, like that, it'd be a different story, but he didn't. Didn't deny the base, didn't do more economic damage. ByuN has not punished solo for the mid game. And now ByuN is stuck with a subpar army. Like at this point, this is where the Ultras can excel. Because hey, we have kindness plating. And we're about to have +3 carapace. Like solo, he survived. Like he survived until Ultra Tech. He made it. Uh-oh. ByuN does counterattack. Solo's out of position. He's racing on over. 5th base goes down. This does give room for ByuN to expand. Claiming his own 5th. Oof. And line shot going off. Decent power bomb. Catching a full medevac. Yeah, Solo's getting pulled apart. Oh, very nice banelings. The Bard Banes. Cashing out a handful of Marines. Once again, power bomb zoning back the army. Oof, getting another medevac. Solo pushing forward. Breaks out the mine shots. And he wants that CC. And it looks like he will. Oh, he will not. No, nothing vain, not initially. ByuN is holding on. He defends his 5th. It's still not up and running, not yet. And the game is still quite tense. Still quite tense here. We haven't hit critical mass of Ultras. We're still stuck with Retro Ravager. Couple of Corruptors on the way. ByuN, he sets up his liberation zones. The freedom is here. He's got his freedom. He's got his freedom. Oh. At the same time, he's fighting out of range of his liberators. Forced to pick up. Forced to pull away. At the same time, Ultra run by. Ooh, gets into the mineral line. Shouldn't kill the planetary, but we'll get a tank. No, never mind. Jesus, where are we? Where are we going? There we go. He gets a tank. 7 SCVs. It is some damage. Let's cancel. Cancel the expansion. Corruptors now in the mix. They're going to be more ideal against the Liberators. We're probably going to have some consistent splash damage. Oh no, can he get it? He can. Just barely. Catching at the medevac. Medevac goes down. ByuN, he is still not securing his base. You can see here, ByuN actually has a very low SCV count. He has a low SCV count, so he's not saturating his 5th. He's under 3 base saturation. Mules are helping, don't get me wrong. But ideally, the Terran still wants a higher SCV count than this. So less SCVs, it's going to be a slower bank. Again, the amount of, actually, how many orders do we have? 6. It's okay. ByuN fully secures the position. There we go. Turrets, more CCs, more academies. Or the academy, I should say. Oh! And the army gets caught out. The Ultras against the bio. He gets on top. Oh my god. Yeah, rough trade there for ByuN. That's a rough trade. Needs to be careful. I'm solid control here. Landing the Viking. Gets out of there, Pappy. As we actually haven't rebuilt the infestors. It's just as I say that, never mind. He's listening, Pappy. 3 infestors on the way. I was about to say there's just no secure way to lock down the army, but that's about to change. Infestors are coming. ByuN not saturating his own 5th, now fully up and running. Not getting a stick. So still quite intense, still quite back and forth. Academy is done, and now finally ByuN can start incorporating ghosts. So he can start to mix them in. So does catch another tank. Guys not quite able to trade too well. Yeah, Bailey's don't get through. Marauders are trading well. He wants to get himself with that Ultra. He wants to, and he will. Oh, he does get it. Ultra goes down. Nice cutting it ByuN, but he's overstimmed. He's overstimmed. Barely keeping that army alive. And again, the ghosts have been late. They have been late here. Oof. Solar, he does defend the expansion. Saves his bases. Barely holds on. And now we have our infestors. Those infestors. They have arrived. ByuN, he's burned through his bank. Yeah, he's burned through his bank. He's running out of resources. Nice into the main. ByuN trading bases. Takes on center right. Solar, where we headed. He tries to respond. Now this does actually finish. Uh-oh. Lings are flooding into the main. Lings are flooding in. They burrow as well. Motion scans. And nice pickups. Catching up 3 free infestors. Sorry, 3 free liberators. That's 3. We mentioned earlier that low SCV count can be supplemented by mules, but we are spending a lot of scans in the main. Checking nice and Solar. And Solar does move in. Liberators on siege. Yeah, massive on siege. Cashing out 2 liberators and a tank. Fungus are landing. Ultras, they collapse in. And brutal swipes, brutal connections. That's a little fire going down. Do we have another fungal? We do. There's an infestor behind the army. The space will go down. The infestor getting ready for the flank. Oh, we don't really have enough to flank though to even engage. Jesus. The base goes down. 11 drone kills. So he needs a little bit more time. He needs his ultras. Here come the fungal. Almost. Did he catch the infestor? Barely not. Yeah, the infestor's still behind the army. We now built up to soon to be 4 ultras. Now it's gaining ground. Solar, he does not engage. He needs expansions. Nice and run by. A little bit awkward. Yeah, stuck on a rally. A little bit messy here. Okay, we're trying to create an opening. We have 7 Broodlords on low A, okay. The Infestor is still here. Still at the would-be 6th expansion. I'm still waiting for the fungal. The money fungal. He can win the game with this. He's been so patient, that one infestor. He's been there for minutes. Oh no. Okay. Doesn't get caught. Infestor's repositioning. That's a kill, not a cancel. Army moves in. Again, infestor's still behind. Scans the Broodlords. And we're just gonna collapse in. Okay, never mind. We're just collapsing in. Ideally, we do want to bait the army forward. These Broodlords are trading decently here, but that's what 2 Broodlords going down. We just collapse forward, getting top of the army. Fungal coming in from behind. And he does, oh no, he lands it! Massive fungal! It pays off! Army collapses in, clears everything. The goats go down, the bio army as well. This is the most important mining base. He breaks through. He does break through. Top right does fall. But that was how many ghosts? That was 5. That was 5 ghosts falling. There's a couple of ghosts left. We can just keep pushing. It was worth it. Or was it? Keep going. Este Solar. Can he keep going? I mean, he has no fungal left. Like, there's no more Infestor. Snipes are popping up. Oof. There's 3 ghosts behind this. 3 ghosts remaining, pappy. Broodlords are moving in. Ah, now there are Vikings. That's the concern. Yeah, now there are Vikings. There's no anti-air. The Broodlords are going down. No. GG gets called. No anti-air for the Vikings. And ByuN, he will take game number 2. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth. Again, that one Infestor was so patient. It paid off in the end. The money shot, got the fungal off. But again, Solar, he was also out of steam, right? He was losing base after base. He lost, what, 3 expansions. His own economy was stifled as well. And again, he had no support for those Broodlords. He had no Corruptors, nothing in the sky. GG. GG, well played, barely didn't have enough. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. I'm getting deja vu here. We're playing on the same maps as the Cure series. We're loading into Mothership for the ace match. What were the vetoes? Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, being forced into a tied series. Can he bring it back? It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents, or top left hand corner, whereas when we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Let's go. Once again, opening up 2-Max Reaper as we delve into the ace match. Now, when it comes to Mothership, similar to Winter Madness, we do typically favor Zerg players on these larger maps. On Winter Madness, on Mothership, on White Rabbit, for example. On smaller maps, that's where Terran players can be more accessible and more aggressive and more assertive. Maps like Tourmaline, what was it, 10,000 feet? Yeah, Tourmaline, 10,000 feet, and Ruby Rock. That is where the Terran player can be much more aggressive, much more assertive. There's less space in between your bases, so you can be much more aggressive. And hey, ByuN did eventually break Solar and pull them apart. On Mothership, it's going to be more difficult to be as aggressive and as assertive. So we'll see how ByuN will approach this. So far, 2-Rax Reaper. Last game did open 3-Rax Reaper and was able to deal quite a decent chunk of economic damage. This time we'll see if he commits or if he just settles on 2. Likewise, Hatchcast pull out of Solar. Going for his own standard opener. This time not going gasless, true. Not going gasless this time. Link speed is on the horizon. Here we go. Link's destroyed Marauders, not even a fair fight. Sure, but Marauders should never be on their own, right? A bio army is a mixture of Marine Marauder. Marauders are built to tank Banelings, Marines are built to deal with Lings. We have an amalgamation of units, if you will. Solar Scouts bottom right does not find ByuN. And the Reapers are amassing. ByuN does find Solar instantly. There's a small window in time here before we have any Queens. That is where the Lings are trying to hold their own. No major pickups. Just poking with the army. The third base has been thrown down, and can ByuN force a cancel? That's the goal here. The goal of 2-Rax Reapers is to force a cancel and to contain Solar on 2 bases. Reapers are amassing. Oh, no, it doesn't abandon it. It just does go into the main. Yeah, heads for the main base instead. I believe there's a third. Yeah, there's a third Reaper. And the third should finish. Yeah, the third will complete. So far, this is a bit lackluster for ByuN. Failed to contain, failed to deny the third base. Solar, he gets what he wanted. And behind this, we are transitioning. Third CC for Starport. Economic follow-up here out of ByuN, going 3 CC 2-on-1. Into a stim timing. So it's working towards that stim timing. Reactor, Tech Lab. Starport's on the way for the eventual medevac production. For the eventual sim timing. Meanwhile, last time we saw Sol on this map, he did go double Evo chamber into mass Hydra, into a Hydra heavy style. We could see that again. If we do go for a Hydra heavy composition, I actually prefer ByuN's position here, bearing in mind that if we do see the faster lair at 430, then usually that means that Sol's going to be delaying his Bailey Nest. If he goes for a delayed Bailey Nest, and if he only has Ling Queen to defend, or sorry, Ling Hydra to defend, these sim timings can overwhelm. Thankfully for Solar, it's not too committed, right? It is a 3cc 2-on-1. As we're going 3-2-1-1 with Banshee play, okay. This is a style that ByuN and Maru do like mixing in. It is lair first, by the way. It is going to be lair first. But they do like to mix this in just because typically with the 2-on-1 timing, it is more efficient to use your starport to build up into your medevacs to support your army and to move out across the map. Usually it is inefficient to delay your medevac production in favor of Banshees, so that is why this is often catching Zerg players off guard. In Solar's mind, there shouldn't be any Banshees, so there are no spores. There's no need for that. So this inefficient style might catch Solar off guard and can pay for itself. Banshee's moving out, and we'll see what ByuN can get done. We have seen ByuN and Maru like embrace Cloak alongside this. Oh, as there was a bit of a pause. Hopefully everything's okay. But the Banshee does move in. Move in, catching a drone. So if I just one drone kill, the Queen will zone away. And it is going to be that Ling Hydra style. So early Hydra then, later Bailey Nest. And if you recall, I was referring to the stim timing here, and here it comes. And again, it's going to be a defense without Banelings. That's what I'm most concerned by. Overlord does spot the army. Solar is aware. And again, it's going to be a Ling Queen defense for Solar. Let's go. So ByuN has potential. He has a lot of potential to trade well. Now, thankfully, Solar does spot the army. He's supply blocked. Oh, the supply block is brutal. We have 4 Overlords on the way. Solar, he's lacking production, lacking Lings. If he can surround the army, then he can still lock this down. Gets a Queen. Gets one. Kites off a creep. Yeah, ByuN does kite away and will be forced to pick up. No, never mind. He just stands his ground. Oh my god. He stands his ground. Lings are going down and the Queens are exposed. As he mentioned, no Banelings to defend. Queens are falling one after the other. Heavy losses for Solar. Oof. And it was the supply block. The supply block was brutal. If we even had what 10 extra Lings here, maybe that's going to be enough. Solar does hold, but again, just sustain a lot of losses here. That was 4 Queens, 41 Zerglings for 5 Marines. That's crazy. Oh my god. The efficiency back. The mineral efficiency. Yeah, Solar, he's like, ay, bad. So that translates to. ByuN with the crying face emoji. That's like eyes with like tears running down them. And here comes ByuN. Here comes the main push. That was only the appetizer, by the way. That was the first stim timing, and now here comes the tank push. Oh boy. Remember, there's still no Bailey Nest. Still no Bailings. It's purely Ling Hydra this time, not Ling Queen. ByuN moving in. Solar's in trouble. Does have a heavy Hydra count. Trying to catch reinforcements. Lings are... Ooh. Are those the only Lings? No, they are. There's no buffer. Yeah, there's no buffer here. Lings, they attempt to catch reinforcements. Ideally, ByuN, he wants to fight. He wants to bait the army into tank fire, into tank range. Wants to bait him in. Solar coming from behind. Yeah, it does come in from behind here. Lings, they just get dealt with. They just get annihilated. Tank volleys going off on the Hydras, and the Hydras will defend. Yeah, they do barely hold on. They snipe both tanks. Second push is coming in. ByuN still maintains his marine count. Maintains the marines. ByuN does rotate. Pulls away, rotates over. And Soul's being suffocated, stuck on 4 bases. Nice catch on the medevacs, potentially. Oh, not quite. ByuN does pull away. Pulls away, kites well. Oh, ByuN, calm down. Almost killed his own medevac. Calm down, ByuN, calm down. And here comes the main push. Here comes the main army. Bailing speed just finished. We got +1 attack on the way for Solar. Let's go. Let's go. It's on the way, Pappy. It's on the way. Both players are maxing out. But again, one supply is not quite like the other. ByuN is 2-2. He has 2-2-1 in terms of his upgrades. So he's on 1-2 with +0 melee. ByuN sims in, setting up his tank line. Does hug the wall, limiting surface area. Limit. Job goes back in, going for the 5th. 5th base is going to be denied. It's going to be a cancel. Cancel the 5th expansion. Ling Bang tries to roll in. Once again, they're brutal positioning here. Tanks say punish. And Solo counterattacks. Does go for the counterattack instead. Bailey's able to be rolling in. Can he get the mineral line? ByuN is distracted. He's distracted. Oh, we can save him. Let's go. He saves the workers. Nice save out of ByuN. He saves the SCVs. Hydras, they try to push in. The tanks, they punish. Oh my god. Massive tank shots. Tanks, they punish Solar. Despite the save, that's still 17 SCVs going down. That's still a lot of economic damage. Oh. ByuN still maintains his position. Now pushing towards the would-be 5th base. Solar rotates. Solar here rotates over. And will defend. Yeah, defends the 5th. At the same time, though, ByuN reinforcing in the center. Still supply blocks. We need deepers. We need... Por favor. There we go. Deepers on the way. Trying to break out. Ducks 1. Just the 1. We have a couple of lurkers. 2 lurkers get focused on it instantly. And 2 lurkers let... Oh, God. The lunkers, Pappy. They can't move in. They cannot move in. Nice spotting clouds. Catching out 2 tanks. And Solar holds. Whew, Solar, he does hold on. He cleans up the tank line. Again, ByuN, his arm will split. Instead, he goes to the 5th, and he will get it. The hatchery. Hatchery goes down. Solar starving. He's being starved out. He does have a bank to work with, but again, no resources, no income. He needs that 5th base. Lurkers are amassing. Likewise, here comes the Ghost Academy. ByuN working towards Ghost. He's almost there. And Solo can breathe. Okay. Now that Solo cleaned up the tank counts, Solo, he can now breathe. As I say that, though, 3 lurkers, they get surrounded. Oh, the Bailings! Oh my god. 1, 2, 3 Bailings connect. Yes, again, ByuN, he was not paying attention, but he still will reset the lurker count, though. Not a bad trade. Still, what, 3 lurkers going down. Decent trade there for ByuN, as he only lost Marines. Likewise, ByuN has his center at 4th base. Now getting a 5th. Solar, it's his turn to be the aggressor. As he moves out solo, he just wants a 5th expansion, baby. Ay, ay, ay. He just wants a base. And he will get it. Oh, yeah, rough reduction. Medivacs take it away. They distract Solar. Remember, Solar, he was about to push into the 5th base. The 5th base is safe. It's safe thanks to the drop. Solar's distracted. Base is getting up. ByuN is remaxed. And this time with Ghost. This time with Ghost, with Liberators, he's perfecting his army. We have 1 Liberator so far. Dropping back in. Oof, okay, drops back in. 6 more drone kills. Getting to 7. 7 drones going down. Liberation has arrived. Lurkers have to get the hell out of here. They have to pull away. That's a heavy Marauder army. Oh my god. He's built a tank back. He's built a tank. So he doesn't push further in. Respects the army. Respects the Hydras. Instead, ByuN, he rotates to the top side. Going for the center hatchery. We'll bring it down. Storm does finish. Solo trying to distract. Oof. Lurker goes down. ByuN can't quite move in. Lurker House doesn't really do much, but at least the Lurkers are defending, right? They're allowing for the space to stay up. Solo, he claims the 5th base. Claims the 6th even. As Solo, he tries to commit. Oh, god. And some rough trades. Rough trades out of Solar. Once again, because the non-stop aggression out of ByuN, there's no creep, right? There's barely any creep. There's barely any vision here. ByuN finding more bases, knocking them down. His army's been thinned out, though. Yeah, it doesn't really have much to work with here. It's an extensive army, as good as goes. He has to get out of here. Yeah, an awkward rotation here by ByuN. Has to pull away. At the same time, ByuN, he will still find an expansion, though. Not bad. Again, he may have failed to kill a base on the south side, but he does still get an expansion. Yeah, takes on the northern base. Vipers, where are we going? Vipers, get out of here. Get out of here, back. Solar, he's still not fully mining freely. And again, because of ByuN's non-stop aggression, Solar hasn't been able to really assert any pressure on ByuN. There's been like a couple of lurker round bites here and there, but that's it. Solar just hasn't had the opportunity. He hasn't been able to move in. ByuN doesn't get found out. Oh, nice EMP. Nice EMPs. ByuN pulls away. We have the center push. Oh, we're just taking over the center of the map again, never mind. Setting up in the center. ByuN taking over the center of the map. Flying bases. Solar, he's moving into the concave. Yeah, no good move here from Solar. Does get a tank, but the Hydras are exposed. Oh, and he's gonna lose every single one. Every Hydra goes down. Heavy losses for Solar. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, caught me rotation. Does go for the Nitro Storm. Does go for the counter attack. Nice baiting connections. 15 SCVs, not bad. Gets the expansion. And do we trigger a counter attack? We're trading bases. We're trading base for base. Expansions are falling. Solar, he will lose this harassing army. We're getting messy. We're getting messy here. In this kind of game set, you can argue that ByuN doesn't need that many SCVs to begin with, but still bleeds out tanks. Tanks going down, Solo pushing further in. Solo fighting for the center of the map. There is an opening here, which ByuN is now aware of. There's an opening on the south side. Solo taking more bases, re-expanding. Applying more damage, getting a tank. Catching out tank, catching out Marines. A nice pickups here from Solar. Finally, some better trades for the Zerg. Solar, he's trading well. Spire's on the way for the eventual Broodlords. Again, it's still been a very shaky game here for Solar. Like, it's a very late Spire. It's almost a 20-minute Spire. So late Spire, late tech, late upgrades. Again, for the first time in a long time, Solar now has map control, so he can breathe. He can breathe easy. Be like, whew, okay, what do I need? I need a Spire. I need bases. I need creep. Solar's calming down. Solar moves in on the top side. Oof, we'll lose both Vipers. Yes, brutal trading for Solar. He gets 2 tanks with 2 Vipers. Not entirely worth it. Forward move out of ByuN. Pushing on the south side. He does try to move out. Does catch some intercepting Lings. Tanks are sieged. Catching out Hydras as well. Again, not bad. Catching out 4 Hydras. Sims into the middle line, getting another Viper. Another! Yeah, 3rd Viper goes down, takes down the middle line and the expansion. Yeah, Solar, he's out of position. He's on the top side. And he's losing bases. Losing expansions. Solar, he will clean up these tanks. 3 tanks going down. ByuN, he shouldn't get another base. So this is expensive. There's what, 5 ghosts? 4 ghosts going down. Extensive trades here out of ByuN. Let's take down more bases. And again, we're getting messy. Where ByuN, he takes down 2 expansions, but again, these have been some expensive trades for ByuN. And ByuN has no bank. ByuN is broke. No shot. Yeah, ByuN, he's broke. He's got 2 patches here. He's muling his heart out on the south side. Does not have any resources. Dropping back in with 2 units. Let's go. No. Let's try to drop back in. Yeah, likewise, ByuN, there's not really much behind this either. He's got to be careful. His tanks are further back. Nice snipes. Ooh, does not get the lurkers there. And lurkers, they barely survive. Once again, scanning. Solar, he's heavily reliant here on these southern bases. They are up. Broodlord production has begun. These are 0-0 Broodlords, so not the best upgrades. Nice snipe. ByuN gaining ground. Getting to the expansion at the same time. Ling run by running into reinforcements. ByuN should defend. A scans. Yeah, ByuN scans. He does spot all the Broodlords. Lord production has begun. ByuN, can he get into these southern expansions? Can he get in? So far, still 9 bases, pushing on the top side. Broodlords are here on the south side. They're very out of position. They cannot respond. ByuN can just go in. Let's head for the main. Solar, he's spread thin, going for the Nidus Swarm, catching our queens. Solar's racing over. Broodlords are exposed. Oh, can we snipe? He gets one. He gets one Broodlord. The Ghosts escape. The Ghosts get away. Oh, and ByuN will lose this. Yeah, ByuN, there's no escaping this. Oh, he will lose the entire army. Massive connections. Bailey's a pop off. There was an opening into the main, but ByuN, he couldn't get in. Yeah, he couldn't get in time. Heavy losses for ByuN. Did kill the natural, but again, did not get into the main base. Did not get in. ByuN plummeting in supply. Broodlords, they push through the center, and Solar, has he done it? Has he finally done it? Solar, free tanks. He's getting them. Again, that was just such a big gambit. So it was a big gamble here from ByuN to push into the natural. It cost him so many ghosts. Ghosts, Marauders, Medevacs. Again, it was, and tanks as well. There were what, 2 or 3 tanks on the low ground. It was an expensive army, and it was not worth it. There was potential, for sure. There was potential. And that's all is maxed. That's all he's maxed out. He secured those southern bases, as you mentioned previously. Like, it was on ByuN to threaten them, and ByuN went for the northern bases instead. Oh, nice catch here on one of the broods. Gets one. Thor's getting caught out. One Thor falls. And we catch out the Broodlords. Okay, that's the one chance here for ByuN. Not quite able to snipe. ByuN going for the Hellbat drop. Let's go. This is what I wanted earlier. Chopping his Hellbats. Bailings, they graze the army. Yeah, no major connections. Planetary will fall. But the Vikings, though. Yeah, Vikings pop off. Ooh, Lings are in the main. But they're on the high ground. Lings, they defend against the drop. Solar Heal's ready. Solar Heal was ready. When it comes to the quality of the army itself, I did notice that gas income was quite limited here. Would you see 6 in gas at the southern right? Here we're not mining gas for Solar. So Solar's main army is very Ling heavy. He has 90 Zerglings, he has 1 Broodlord, he has 1 Infestor, 1 Viper, 1 Lurker, 18 Hydras. Again, it's mainly Zergling. So the soup is lying to you a little bit here. It's very Ling heavy. Wings, they do manage to get into a mineral line though. They try to. Wings, they attempt to surround. Ghosts, they can hold their own. I say that 1, 2, 3 ghosts going down. And Bailings, can they finish them off? Nah, they cannot. They cannot. Massive tank. Oh my god, the tank fire. Everything just melts. The tank line. And Solar, he plummets in supply. He plummets in supply there. That was expensive. That was his Hydras. His Hydras got caught out. Hydras got caught. ByuN is moving in. Solar, he had 90. Now he's down to 4 Hydras. Only 4 Hydras left. And once again, it's now almost pure Ling. Solar, I mean, he can't fight. Yeah, Solar, he can no longer fight. He can no longer engage. It's almost a purely Zergling army. ByuN's done it. Like, ByuN's breaking through. We have to counterattack. Solar cannot fight. Solar, he's broke. He has no gas. He has no gas. He tries to counterattack. Again, this is the army. Like, this is... We have like 5 Hydralisks. Here, it's 7. It's 7 Hydras, 1 Lurker, 3 Bailings. Everything else is Zergling. As Lings, they try to distract, they're forcing a response here out of ByuN. These bases are going down, and these are the most crucial bases here for Solar, and they're going down. This is the heart of Solar's economy. He's losing it. No, he does take the center expansion. True, that is a fresh mining base. That's one. That's 1 fresh mining base with no gas. With no gas income. That's the big reason why it's so Ling heavy. Solar has no gas. He has no gas, Bappy. Shout out to the bar. So he tries to move in. Once again, he's stuck with a very mid-tier army, a very mid-tier composition. Solo's one chance to engage is Blinding Clouds. That's the one chance he has. To Blinding Cloud the tanks. Oof. Even dealing with these Hellbats is an issue, though. Okay, let's go Banelings. Oh, got another move command! No! A couple of Hydras go down. Again, these bases are falling. ByuN, we need to finish off this expansion. ByuN, what's going on? There we go. Heals up a couple of units. Nice pickup. And again, Solo's just falling apart. He's just falling apart here. Came down to lack of gases, lack of income. Just couldn't sustain these trades. And again, everything swung in favor of ByuN with that fight. With the fight here, with the tanks just shelling away at the army, catching Solar out, losing all his Hydras, his Banelings. And ByuN's coming in for the kill. Oof. 33 drone kills, that's crazy. That's insane. Yeah, Lings, they can't engage with the Blue Flame Hellions. The Banelings, they, do connect. No control. Yeah, miscontrol there by ByuN. Takes the Banelings to the face. That's what Solo needs. If ByuN looks away from the screen, if he looks away, if he ties his shoe mid-game, then Solo can win a fight. Remember, he has that Blinding Cloud. Tells Blinding Cloud the army, locks him down with the fungal, not bad. Again, best fight that Solo could hope for, and it's still not going to be enough. Yeah, the mass snipes are popping off. Every Hydra should go down. Tank siege. And this is all that remains. GG gets called. Solo, he has no army, he has no economy, and ByuN will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Did go the distance here. Again, ByuN was hyper aggressive, hyper assertive, gave no room for Solo for the majority of that game, for the first half of the game, I should say. Eventually, Solo, he was able to regain his composure, able to take those southern bases, but as we were pointing out, Solo, he was very late to saturate his gases. Very, very late, so he couldn't actually replace his army and tech up into any kind of heavy Broodlord tech or Ultras or Spellcasters. He was stuck with pure Ling reinforcements. We pointed out there was a moment in that game where he had like, what, 5 to 7 Hydras with like 100 Lings. Like, that's all he had to work with, and again, like, he was just being shut down. He had no gas income. Eventually took a really bad fight, and everything just snowballed out of control. GG, well played. Of course, there's a lot more that came into it. Shout out to ByuN for the rotations. There was a big moment where ByuN lost momentum, when he tried to push into the natural and into the main, where he got caught and he got shut down. It was a big moment in favor of Solar instead. It was intense, very intense. GG, well played. Very intense game. And with that, we are going to be calming down. We're going to be calming things down here. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series. It's going to be a best of 3 between herO and Classic. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Kung Fu Cup, the KFC week number 6. We are back. We have returned, and we just wrapped up with our lower semifinals match between ByuN and Solar. It did go the distance. Both TVZs actually, both ByuN versus Solar and Gear versus Solar. And with that, we have ByuN. ByuN does advance on to the grand finals, and he's going to be waiting for the winner of the series. Up next, we have a PvP between herO and Classic. Oh boy, let's go. We have a PvP matchup. Again, very often these two do face off when it comes to the grand finals. These two, they're facing off in the finals time and time again. But here in this tournament, they were both seated on the same half of the bracket. They face off in the semis, and that means we have no mirror matchup finals. Let's go. No mirror matchup. It is going to be the PvP here in the semis instead, and we're jumping into Winter Madness. Let's go. We have our PvP. We have our first game here. Again, herO versus Classic is always hard to call. These two are animals. Like, they're hyper aggressive, hyper assertive. Very rarely do we get a standard macro game out of these two players. Very often we see hyper aggression, proxies, 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins is what we expect, is what we want out of these two players. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. We are going to be opening up, going to be settling on in. Now, eyes are on our players here when it comes to our second pylon positions. Do we move out across the map? Do we proxy, or do we keep our pylons in our main bases? Do we proxy? Do we cheese? Do we set up across the map, or do we expand? Do we even cut corners? It is not uncommon for Classic and herO to cut corners and go for a gate expand, or even just skip the second gateway, go for a gate cyber expand. Even gases are being taken as we speak, so we are going for earlier tech. And here we go. It is going to be the 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of herO, 2-gate opener out of Classic. So standard openers all around. Classic moves out with his probe. herO does not. And Classic, I believe he just rallied here. Yep, bottom left. This location is prime for a proxy Stargate. It is close enough for a proxy Robo as well. Both are options here. Both are options. Both are viable. Which one is it going to be? Regardless, Classic is committing. Right? He is going to be committing here. herO, he throws out his own second pylon further in the main base, so he's going for a bit of a fake out. Ideally, if Classic went for a probe scout, and if he didn't check further in the main, that he might believe that there is a proxy when there isn't. Now, the scary thing here, though, is that herO is not probe scouting. herO, he sees nothing. He knows nothing, and that means he doesn't see that a pylon is missing, and that Classic is committing into a proxy across the map. Cybercore is just now finishing up, and show us what you got. Is it the Robo or is it the Stargate? We have the answer. Robo. Robo. 1 base all in here at a Classic. herO opening up Stargate on 1 base. Okay, now when it comes to defensive Stargate play, it is possible. You can make defensive Void Rays, of course. You can make defensive Phoenixes, and you can even go Oracle first to harass across the map, to cripple the economy, or to even keep Warpins busy back at home. So there are possibilities here. There are things that you can achieve with this. Ideally, a Robo is better, is stronger defensively, but here he can achieve some damage across the map at least. He has potential. Does have potential. As herO gets caught out. Oof. He does get caught. Prism is on the way first. Adepts do get across the map. 2 Adepts can one-shot probes if they get in. herO does wall in time. herO does wall. It is going to be Oracle first, as we had assumed. herO, he does confirm that there's nothing on the low ground, but he does not get in. He doesn't get into the bases. herO is still playing blind. He's still in the dark. Still doesn't know what's going on. Oracle moves out, and here comes that Immortal, here comes the Prism, here comes the All-In. The first phase is here. herO's expanding. Again, he just doesn't know. He's not aware. Yeah, here going for the expansion. Bold move is going for the Phoenix. That will help. Can he get away with this? But if they move in. They move in. So far, 1, 2, getting up to 3 probe kills. Can we get 4? Oh, does miss time. Does miss time to shots. At the same time, 4 probes going down across the map. Classic sustaining a lot of damage here. The Oracle even gets away. Very nice harass here by herO. That should not have happened. And the Prism is getting caught. Wow, the Prism is getting caught out. Massive pickup here. The Prism goes down. herO's holding. He's holding. He defends. He attacks. He claims his natural base. He wants that Immortal. He wants it. Oof. And with the help of the Oracle, I believe the Immortal should go down. It's going to be close. Yeah. Should be hunted down here. Massive pickup, losing the Prism and the Immortal. herO does trade, but he has reinforcements, and he's getting on top of the Robo here. Yeah, he's just picking a Classic apart. Oh, nice force field. Locks him in. Classic does catch 2 Stalkers. So we're getting messy. We're getting messy. We are trading. Classic maintaining this position. herO, he has to back up. And he backs off. He pulls away. Battery in the main. Adepts a Thunder Shade across the map. Adepts are moving out. And again, this Nexus is not helping, right? That's the issue here, is that herO, he invested into an expansion that will not help in the defense. It can maybe buy some time. The all-in is here. herO, he does shade in, I believe. Yeah. There's an opening. There's an opening into the main base. 2 Adepts taking a bunch of workers. Classic is completely all in. And here he abandons the low ground. He's in the main. He's got 1 battery so far. 2nd battery's on the way. herO, he can lift the Immortal. And here he does notice that is a hallucination. At the same time, 7 probe kills across the map. Critical damage. Nexus under power, that doesn't matter, right? The Nexus doesn't really matter here. herO repowering the shield batteries, getting his own Immortal. And who do we favor in the main fight? I don't see Classic pushing up this ramp. Like, that should not happen. Not with herO's defensive sentry. Yep, speaking of, does force field. As I mentioned, we cannot push up the ramp. herO does have 1 more force field. Speaking of, well, he commits in. He lives. Going for the sentries. Does not focus them down. Where's that force field? Ooh, does force with the ramp. But Classic gets in. Yeah, Classic, he gets in. He juggles over the force field. Pushing further forward. No, he lifts the hallucination. Oh my god, a waste of a lift. He gets baited. And Classic, can he do it? And he's wasting DBS here. Yeah, we have a lot of units here that aren't actually taking part. Takes down the battery. And Classic, he's doing it. He is doing it. We go for the lift. Desperation, the boys are being pulled. Immortal's being focused down. Can he get the Immortal? Oh my god. I mean, the boys are helping. Oh my god, the boys. They get a surround. They lock down the Immortal, and herO's holding just barely. The boys, they lock down the army. GG gets called. Classic saying probes are imba. And GG well played with that. herO takes game number 1. GG. Ay. GG well played. I mean, Classic, he was gaining ground, he was pushing in, he was pushing forward, but again, the surround was brutal. So much of the army of Classic was just locked down by the workers and could not engage with the main army of herO. herO, he barely kited back in time. GG gets called. herO holds, survives, takes lead in the series. Now we're getting to game number 2. Going to be loading into Tourmaline. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. Magic tap in the chat. Gracias, baby. Gracias. Thank you. We appreciate the kind words. Appreciate it. As we are getting into game 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Protoss Pro. Down in the series, can he bounce back and force the ace match? It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing T1, leading the series 1-0. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. We are settling into game number 2 here. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is one of the smaller maps of the map pool with shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored, but in the PvP, aggression is always favored. And Classic, he was a player that attempted the one-base all-in last time. It barely did not work. I should also emphasize as well, it wasn't just the workers and the boys being pulled, but herO, he was also able to cripple the economy across the map with his adept, so he had less reinforcements. He was also able to cripple the economy with the Oracle as well. The Oracle also dealt counter damage, and herO caught the first Prism and the first Immortal, so the all-in was stifled from the beginning. Just so much there, barely in favor of herO, barely did hold. But here we go. Here we go. Now we're opening up. Now it's going to be herO's turn to move out. herO's turn to move out with the probe. Classic as well. herO, I believe, will keep his probe hidden. Classic scouting a little bit further to the middle. If I did notice that rally correctly. Yeah, so herO, he will avoid Classic. Just barely. Here comes the proxy. Here comes the pylon. And Classic is basically right next to him. Classic sees! He scouts! He finds him! Classic knows! herO, he saw the probe. He saw the probe coming in, so he might check. There we go. They both... they both cancel each other. Oh no. They're the same, Pappy. They're the same. As they both try to commit, they both cancel, and a bit of a Spider-Man meme moments where they both don't know where to go from here. It's like, hero's like, what do we do now? Classic's like, do we have to macro? Like, do we... No, shot. We try again. We try again. Feels bad, man. Yep, Classic setting up on the low ground. Setting up for the expand. Pylon gets thrown down. herO himself goes for his Stargate opener. Does go for the Stargate. Again, these are the two best Protoss players in the world, and especially in PvP, they can be quite like-minded. The Kala connects them. True. Oh, Robo on one base. Hello. That's the Classic. Set up the pylon for the expand, but he does go for the Robo instead. You have my attention. And a third gateway, one base all in. One base all in at a Classic. He commits. It's a fake pylon. Meanwhile, herO is unaware. herO, I believe he saw the pylon. Yeah, but herO saw the pylon. He's getting baited into an expand. Okay, herO will expand. The Classic will not. herO trying to rescout. He goes in. And herO confirms nothing here. Yeah, there's nothing here. That's a big tell. It's a big sign. herO should not throw down the expansion. He goes for it. He's crazy. He goes for it. I mean, to be fair, last game he got away with it, right? Last game herO did get a Nexus and he got away with it. But there were other things that were helping him there, of course. When it comes to the Oracle harass, when it comes to catching out the Prism, catching out the Immortal. Other things compensated for that. And he needs that to happen again. So bold move out of herO to expand. Oracle moves out. Classic's moving in. There are two Stalkers back at home waiting, so this time Classic is in position. Classic is ready. The Oracle does nothing. The Oracle is turned away. herO, he confirms the one base all in. Oh, losing one Stalker already. And rough also here, they trade 1-to-1. They trade 1-for-1. herO does pull back. Behind this, herO this time does not make any Phoenixes. Yeah, no Phoenixes. The Oracle is still out there. Robo's on the way. Second shield battery. Does herO cancel? I feel like it's worth canceling to get the refund. Are we confident enough to believe we can hold on to this? This Classic is just going to keep warping in. He's going to keep pushing. herO does let the Nexus finish. Now there are no Stalkers back at home to defend. True, we can go for the Stasis. Let's go for the Stasis trap and Classic. Oh no, late reaction! Very late reaction, he gets caught out. Nice connection. Nexus again is buying time at least. True, I guess. It's expensive though, I mean. Expensive way to buy time. As Nexus will fall. herO getting a second pylon. His Immortal's on the way, but that's a hefty Stalker count. 12 Stalkers. It's a lot of Stalkers back. Both players supply blocked. Nice juggling here by Classic. Should not lose any Stalkers. My guys here making use of his own batteries. Oh, gets one sentry. herO does catch a sentry. Slightly better shade for herO. The wall is open. Adept shade in. Oh, no, not quite. Never mind. Cancels the shade. Does cancel. Classic is in position. herO waiting for his moment. He's waiting. And once again, double checking. He does recheck. Prism into the main. Oracle setting up the station trap. Yeah, Classic's racing back home. There's a sign here. There's a chance that Classic might expand. So hero's a little bit concerned about that. Goes down the stasis. Prism into the main base. Gets a probe. Gets one. Oh, the Prism takes a lot of hits, but will get away. Oh, he wants it. Uh-oh. Oh, he rallied. He's rallied on the ground. No, he's rallied. Get out of here. Oh no, here he wants it. Yeah, he wants that Prism. Nice juggling, nice control. And here it does reinforce with the Adepts. Classic setting up for the expansion. Station Trap did catch him. There's that recall, and we'll get away. And Classic does get out. Both players expand, and after a very tense early game, after the hyper-aggressive one-base play, both players calm down, both players expand, and the Oracle does confirm, does confirm with the relation that there is a Nexus. Now, despite both players attempting to expand, herO is still pushing. He's going for he's going for the Immortal drop. He's moving out for the drop. It's herO's turn to be the aggressor. It's on Classic to defend. He's going to have one battery. One battery on the low grounds. The Immortals, they bust into the main base. No major damage though. Gotta be zoned away. herO forced out. He's forced out of the main. Ooh. herO extends with the Oracle. And we just macro. We are. Yeah, herO backs off. herO, he recognizes he cannot break through the defenses. Still being active with the Prism. This is very risky. Very risky. So he's keeping the Prism back. Gets one probe. And has to get the hell out of here. Has to get out. Oh my god. So he gets one probe, gets one Stalker, pulls away. Okay, whatever value you can get. Every little bit helps. herO pulls out. Back at home, we have plus on and blink on the horizon for herO. Meanwhile, I believe there's no Twilight Council. Yeah, there's no Council for Classic. Going for a more heavier sentry-based composition. There's a lot of sentries, a lot of Immortals. Soul Trade-esque, if you will. Classic's moving in. We're out in the open. Oh, better KungFu for herO. Snipes a Stalker. Classic threatening a shade. And herO does not have a wall, but probes are getting in position. Oh, the mass hallucination. Oh my god. Hallucinates 3 Immortals. Yeah, Classic is posturing. He's committing into Mass Glaive Adept Immortal. Hyper aggressive style does not scale well into a longer game. Classic's basically all in. He's going for a 2-base all in. You can still expand with this, but you're stuck with a low tech army. herO is going to outscale. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for herO. herO's getting better upgrades, working towards the Bane to Disruptors. So Classic needs to get damage done soon. Checks for a third. You can see ideally he wants to bait the army forward, then he can force field. But herO's on... Oh, he's on hold position. He's on hold position. Classic pulls away. He's showing down extra gateways. Now claims a third. As you mentioned, you can take a third with this, but Classic is very committed. Again, there's like no blink, there's no charge, there's no Archons. It's pure Immortal Adept. And herO survives. And here he survives. Destructive production has begun. Charge on the way. And this is looking rough for Classic. Again, the soup is lying to you. Soup is lying. Classic, we have to make use of this army soon. herO setting up for a third. Classic is pushing. Now, as herO claims a third base, hero's going to be spreading himself thin. This does give the opportunity for Classic to engage. So this is Classic's moment. This is it. Classic is spotted. Again, herO tries to expand. Classic can bully that expansion. Disruptor has arrived. Uh oh. The Nova! Okay, Nova does not connect. Yeah, the Nova was premature. Base goes down, denies the third. There's the second Nova. There it goes off, clipping the army. Gets one Adept. Ooh, very nice force field. Catching out the Disruptor. Disruptor gets caught. But we are one Nova away from everything going down. He commits! Yeah, he commits to the shade, collapsing in. Oh, nice force fields, he's run away. Yeah, the Immortals are not a part of the fight. Nova goes off, once again zoning back the army. Adepts are going down. They're still holding their own though. Yeah, once again, so much of this army not really impacting the fights. The Novas, oh my god. But again, it's still a heavy Immortal Council. 3 Immortals remaining, boys are being pulled. And Classic, can he break through? Can he do it? Oh no, he blinks in. Yeah, the Immortals are going down. 1 Immortal goes down, 2 Immortals, there's 1 Immortal left. And hero's holding. herO, he's holding on. There's 1 Immortal remaining. herO, he needs that Nova. Oh, he lost the mineral line. Never mind. He lost the mineral line. 23 probe kills. The Novas. The Novas are connecting, but the damage has been done. The damage has been done. As herO cleans up most Adepts. But behind this, we have 3 bases. Right? Behind this, we have 3 expansions, 3 bases. Reinforcements are still barely enough. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Classic, he will claim the game. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to game 3 again. Hyper aggression from Classic going into Glaive Adepts. As we mentioned, this doesn't scale well into a longer game, so he had to be aggressive. And as we mentioned, when herO took his third base, that's when he did open himself up. He opened himself up. That was Classic's moment to shine. He broke on through. GG. GG, well played. We did need some slightly better Novas there from herO. Likewise, he also got caught. He also got himself caught out by the force fields as well when it came to his own Immortals. GG. GG. And now we're getting into the ace match. We're getting into the ace match here, getting into game number 3, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet for the first time tonight. For the first time, we have our South Green Protoss. We have the Blue Protoss of Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss for T1. It is herO. Here we go. So again, herO, he just needed a little bit more time to tech up and to build up his own forces. Classic able to strike just in time. And now we're tied up. Now we're tied up. Now we're here in the ace match. And how do we approach the game this time here? If you recall, last game, both players tried to go for their own proxy 1 base all-ins, and they scouted each other. They scouted each other, they had to cancel, they had to readjust. Once again, like we saw herO try to expand, he got punished for that. Classic went for his own proxy, herO survived, we had our back and forth. This time, where are we headed? 10,000 feet is a smaller map, a shorter rush distance by ground, true. Shorter distance. herO, do we hide the pylon? Looks like the answer is yes. Or just scouting, okay, just scouting. Just scouting on the right hand side. Classic also moving in this direction, and herO, he might find the probe. He will. No, he barely misses. Okay, they miss each other. They miss each other. Classic sitting up here in the center of the map. Once again, just scouting. herO hides his pylon, and Classic does not. His own pylon's back at home. Okay, Classic going for a standard opener. 2 gateways. Pylon's back at home, and herO going for a fake out. Going for the fake out. Classic doesn't even scout the main, so there's nothing to fake out. Doesn't check. Just purely scouting. Oh, we're making use of this. herO turns back around. And we are okay. Like, I'll be honest, I thought this was going to be a fake out or a proxy Stargate. It's so far away, but the map is small anyway, I suppose. So technically the proxy's on hero's side of the map, but it is a 1 base all-in nonetheless. So he's going for the proxy robo, going for the one base all in. Again, on hero's half of the map, but still committing. Again, 10,000 feet has the shortest rush distance by ground over any map in the map pool. So may as well. May as well. It's hero's turn. Meanwhile, Classic with the read going for his defensive robo. So defensive robo is meant to be, I don't know if I want to say hard counter, but it's supposed to counter proxy robo, where Classic has the equivalent kind of setup, the equivalent composition, the equivalent army, but with defensive, with the defender's advantage. So Classic, he should have enough to shut this down. It comes down to the control, it comes down to the micro. As Classic does catch shots and adept. Very nice. One adept already goes down. Hero force back. Catching out the Stalker. He should focus it down with the shade. One more volley. He gets it. So we have a bit of a back and forth. Classic shading out across the map. Likewise, here comes the initial prism. Massive supply block. Hero. No shot. This pylon is very late. That should, mate. Hero. Papi, what are we doing? Heavy supply block. Hero, he only threw down the pylon when he realized it was supply blocked. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this, Papi. Not like this. Not in the ace match. Not against Classic. Oh my god. Prism goes down. Yeah, Prism goes down. Classic pulls away. Locks down the adepts. Ah, no. And here he does get a couple of probe kills, to be fair. He gets 4 probes. Gets 4 probes, but he gets locked down. He gets locked in. There is no way out. Gets a 5th probe. Six probe kills. I mean, it's not bad damage here, but at the same time, here he lost his War Prism, he lost his Prism, he lost momentum. Supply blocks. Classic moving in. Oh, Prism, let's get the hell out of here. Does pull away. But this is going to be threatening Hero, and Hero's stuck at home. He has to pull back home to defend. Classic does spot the backup War Prism. Classic is aware. Hero, he wants that Prism. So he tries to move in. Does attempt. So Classic pulls away. From here, still reinforcing. Classic, he wants that pylon. He wants to depower. With the Stalkers, he can threaten the Prism as well. That pylon is so close to falling. Can he get it? 2 more volleys. Ooh, 1 Stalker falls, but he does get the pylon. Does get the pylon. Depowers the robo. With that, no more reinforcements. Not for quite some time. So better pick up here out of Classic. Hero supply block once again, by the way. No shot. The second big supply block for Hero. Classic just ensuring that there is no powering. Back at home, Classic getting a 3rd Immortal. Hero stuck on 2. And Hero expands. Oof. Yeah, Hero, he expands, getting his Nexus. We'll attempt to macro out of this. And it's going to be a tough hold, as that first Immortal takes a lot of hits. Hero going for Glaive, so Hero's going for his own 2 base all in, the same build that Classic went for last game, if you recall, going to Massive Mortal Adept. As he'll have to replenish and replace that robo. Warping in more adepts. Oh, he might not, he might just rely on these 2 Immortals initially. And only these 2. Classic's now moving out. There's of course going to be a window in time here before Hero gets his upgrade. And again, Classic has the Immortal advantage. He's up in Immortals. He's up in Army Supply. Hero does have plenty of force fields available, so we can try to lock down the army. and zone units away. But that's applicable to both players. Applicable to both. Nice KungFu here out of herO. Does force within 3 stalkers. I'll pick up. Ooh, lose 1 adept. And these force fields are buying time. There's the NG overcharge. He was just trying to buy time. Glaives are now done. Likewise, hero's going to be fighting with a battery as well. True. Does have a shield battery. Once again, force fields a zone classic away. That's what, another adept going down. And 1 more adept kill. And herO still has more force fields. That's all you need. Just keep looking down the army, buying more time, more batteries. Yeah, once again, Immortals, they're zoned away. Classic commits to the shade. Yeah, he does commit. The adepts are on their own. Immortals, they do drop over. Tries to focus on the stalkers. Yeah, he does attempt to here, but Classic, he gets split. He gets split up, and hero's holding. herO, he does focus on the Immortals one after the other, and herO, he's shutting this down. The batteries, they do help. GG gets called, the all-in fails, and herO, he will take the series 2-1. He will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Classic was forced all in. herO, again, the force fields, they bought so much time for herO here, able to slice up the army twice or even 3 times, catching out stray units. And again, for a big part of that fight, we saw the Immortals were not able to engage. We had 2 batteries finishing up as well. GG well played, despite the messiness of that game with the with getting his prism caught out, with the supply blocks as well. herO, he was able to hold on, able to defend back at home. GG well played. Whew. With that, herO does advance on to the grand finals, and we have our best of 5 getting ready for us here. It's going to be best of 5 finals between herO and ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. It is going to be that best of 5. So we are going to be setting up. And game 1 is going to be on Ruby Rock. Our first TVP of the evening. Of course, we were live this morning with Picasso Cup, and we mainly had TVTs there, to be fair. You know, Terran versus Terran between ByuN and Purcell. But here we go. We're now live in the grand finals of KungFu Cup, the KFC week number 6. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into game number 1. We have our fresh series, our best of 5 finals. Again, ByuN, he took down Solar to advance on to the finals. Meanwhile, herO just took down Classic in a PvP. Very intense, very quick series, but intense nonetheless. And now we're calming things down with our Terran versus Protoss matchup. Oh boy. Here we go. As a reminder, these 2 did face off in GSL, of course. They had a very intense back and forth, with ByuN winning in the first series and herO winning in the rematch series in the decider match as well, with herO winning in the decider match. With herO, of course, advancing on into the semifinals, into the round of 4 in GSL over ByuN. We'll see how they compare and compete here in KungFu Cup in KFC. Again, these two are quite close in skill. I will say that for a long time, ByuN did kind of trail behind Kira and Maru when it comes to Korean TVP. Kira and Maru were more renowned for that sort of stuff, for that sort of style. But that's also because, oh, Jesus, as the SCVs, they failed to surround. herO gets away. Already a nice little win for herO. Nice little win. As he does force some more spine time out of ByuN. Oh. Probe does pull away. But what I was getting at is that one of the big reasons for this is because ByuN has a certain style to TVP. He's very aggressive. He's very bio-focused as well. That's what he prefers, I should say. We often do see a lot of, like, say, Marauder openers into 3-rack sim timings or 3cc 3-racks as well. ByuN is very fond of mixing those into series. Likewise, also a very aggressive player as well. Not really known for too much mid to late game play nowadays. There was a stint like last year where we saw a lot of mid to late game play from ByuN with very mixed success. By that I mean not much success at all. Like he was definitely struggling with this more slower style. I'm referring to games on like El Dorado and in the previous map pool. But here we go. Side Delta. Sorry, not Side Delta. Persephone, that's it. I was thinking the other one. For now, though, we're going for a more economic start. Rax expand out of ByuN, going for the factory follow-up. Likewise, we have herO sitting up back at home as well. So far, so good. Going for our tech, going for our Twilight Council. Okay. So Twilight Council opener out of herO, working towards Blink. We could see charge-based openers. We sometimes do see that on smaller maps. So if you believe your opponent's going to be hyper-aggressive, you can blindly open up charge to hard counter that sort of style. And that can sometimes be a response if you are forced to take the unnatural natural. Now the hallucination moves in, confirms the 1-1-1. There's no, say, fast tech lab into Marauder start, into a faster TC, or second and third Rex. Likewise confirms the add-ons, there's no Reaper Hellion. You're just getting eyes on all. ByuN is setting up for his mine drop. Again, Winter Mine is out. Medevac is on the way. And our eyes are on herO. How greedy are we going to be here? He does have his probe in position, by the way. We have one gate in the main base, second gateway is done, so 2 gate blink into a third. Hyper greed out of herO. This build is quite rare. It's quite rare. Nowadays, it is very common to open up 3 gate blink and even 3 gate robo, especially on Ruby Rock. To cut corners like this, it's a bold move. Bold move out of herO. Meanwhile, the Water Mine Cyclone drop is coming in. Does head towards would-be third. Whereas herO getting position in the main base. As the Water Mine is left behind. If you notice, hallucination did spot ByuN moving towards the third base, so hero's been ready in the main. And this Cyclone should not get much damage done. Oh, as ByuN is doubling down, by the way, opening up Cyclone drop into Banshee. No Cloak, Vanilla Banshee. Vanilla Banshees. Blink is now done. We have our gateway follow-up here. Third gateway, Forge, Charge on the way as well for herO. ByuN going to be reinforcing and moving out with a... Oh, actually, he's going to be... That's why he's going for the Banshee as well. He's just rallying. Yeah, hyper aggression out of ByuN. And remember, herO was hyper greedy with the third Nexus. Low gateway count, low warp ins. Blink sure is done, but herO, he does not spot the army. He does not engage. He now sees the move out. And now does see the move outs. herO's trying to set up. herO's in danger. ByuN is moving in. And ByuN's within range. Wow, the tanks are within range. Massive tank shots going off, and the herO, he can't deal with this. He cannot save the Nexus. He has to try. He has to try here. He blinks out. He's crazy. He blinks on the mine shot. Oh my god. Mine shot goes off. Every stalker's going to be focused down. Yeah, there's 2 stalkers left. Does warp in. Yeah, it does warp in, and looks like herO, he'll barely hold on, but some heavy losses out of herO. Oh my god. Barely blinks away. ByuN is still rallying. He's got 1 tank left. That's somebody that was 7 stalkers going down. Insane losses there for herO. And ByuN's moving in. ByuN's moving in this time with the Banshee supports. Tank is once again within range. He will force the blink out of herO. Oof. Cashing out the pylon. Batteries out of energy. Stalkers are trying to catch reinforcements, and down goes the base. Massive pickoff. The third goes down. And this is why we spoke about how this build that herO went for is the opener specifically was so greedy. So greedy, especially on Ruby Rock. Aggression is favored on this map. The boys are being pulled. We're trying to get on top of the tank. He blinks in. He gets... Oh, gets a medevac. Does take down the medevac. Does take down the tank. But the damage has been done. The third base went down. That's all that ByuN cares about. He got the third. Gets the third base. Pulls away. Behind this, ByuN claiming his own third expansion, which is almost done, by the way. And with this, ByuN will have a boosted economy. He'll have a stronger economy coming into the mid-game. And again, here is punished for his greed. So greedy, man. Here just trying to contain ByuN. ByuN is happy to be contained. Like, there's no need to move out yet. Just waiting for his upgrades. Stim is almost done. 2 seconds away. Stim, combat shields +1. All is finishing up, and then ByuN can break out and expand. And again, here still doesn't have a third. As a result of this, as a result of lack of third base, ByuN, he will have a stronger mid game, he'll have a larger army, and stronger timing available as well. I'm not saying it's going to be impossible for herO to defend, but it's going to be very difficult. herO needs to backstab. He needs to be able to counterattack as ByuN moves out. He needs to be able to catch any stray drop play, any stray medevacs. Ideally, as ByuN pushes, we get a Zealot run by going into the natural, into the third base, Prism drop into the main, catching reinforcements, forcing ByuN to turn around. Like, herO is desperate to buy time, to do some counter damage. If not, I mean, look at this. Look at the supply disparity here. The soup is not lying. True. It's rare, but it's not lying back. Colossal production has begun. Colossus out. We have the earlier academy here from ByuN building up to Ghosts. herO does claim his third base as quickly as he can, so that will help a little. Sorry, the fourth base as quickly as he can. That will help a little bit here. But ByuN still has a terrifying army, and he's pushing. Now ByuN has a choice to make. ByuN, he saw the fourth. Does he break down the fourth, or does he go for the kill? Army gets spotted. So here he spots the main army. He has his Zealot run by already. We spoke about this. Here he needs to pull off this Zealot run by. He gets caught. Yeah, here he gets caught by reinforcements. He does not get into the mineral line. ByuN moves in. Tanks like she's within range of the Nexus. Oh, plenty of Zealot. Yeah, Zealot collapsing in. We're focused on the Colossus. No, he gets the sentry. There we go. Better tank shots, but he does not get on top of the Colossi. hero's holding. Hero's holding on. Again, the tank boys were not in the Colossi, so missed target firing there. Better fight for herO. But ByuN isn't done. Yeah, ByuN is not done. herO, he pulls back. Again, herO has very limited vision, so he doesn't see the main army. herO pulling. herO not knowing where to defend. Distracted by the drop, and the base goes down. Yeah, herO just dragged out of position. The base will fall. hero's still behind. He cannot keep up, not like this. Diving on the Colossus. Nice save. Nice juggling. Saves the Colossus, going for the warp in. hero's holding on. He's holding, but that's still 8 probe kills and still no expand. Now the Cyclone. As ByuN had the faster third, and ByuN's going to have the faster fourth base. So ByuN just perpetually ahead economically, which means just larger army, better upgrades, working on 2-2. Academy is done. We can start to incorporate some ghosts with EMPs. Fighting count is still quite low. True, we have 3 Colossus. So we can abuse the lower Viking counts. And hero's all in at this point, essentially. Right, here he has to break through. He blinks forward. Oh god, he's crazy. Blinks in, does take down some of the Vikings. Trying to collapse forward. Up to 4 Colossus. Once again, the lower Viking count here is hurting ByuN. He needs those Vikings. And is making 4 Vikings at a time. ByuN is getting there. ByuN is going to be the first to max. But when there aren't enough Zealots. Yeah, not enough Zealots here. The Colossus are exposed. He blinks it. He dives in. ByuN can chase. He can't give chase. Oh my god. He can't give chase. Blink is on cooldown. But it's blinking forward once again. He's crazy. He's crazy, man. I mean, he's desperate. And Stalkers get punished. Stalkers get punished. Nice sniper, one of the Vikings. herO pulls away, trying to get his own fourth base up and running. ByuN claiming his own fourth. He's getting up there. There is a disruptor. He's got a Nova. Ah, never mind. Yeah, disruptor gets focused down. There is no Nova. Every single Colossus falls. And with that herO, he has no army. He has no sending army. Catching out the War Prism. Vikings, they pull away. And again, it all came down to the third. It all came down to the opener, really. The blind opener of ByuN, to be fair. Of herO going for a 2-gate blink into a third base, and ByuN, he punishes so hard. And to be fair, herO didn't know. Remember, herO, he had no vision, he had no scouting, he didn't see the main move, the main push out. That's why herO was so ill prepared. One of the reasons. And he was also being quite greedy. And with that, ByuN will kick things off with a lead. GG gets called. ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series. Again, herO, he was so greedy at the start of the game, going 2-gate blink into the third base. ByuN punished so hard, going for the early tank push, broke the third expansion, and ByuN took a massive lead from there. If you recall, the next big moment was when herO, there was a chance to recover. He was hoping to try to catch ByuN out of position and catch him with his pants down with the Zealot counterattack while ByuN was pushing towards the fourth base, and the Zealots dealt no damage. He ran into reinforcing units, so the Zealots were shut down, and ByuN still killed the fourth anyway as well, so just furthering his lead. GG, well played. High progression out of ByuN does claim the first game, and we'll see if herO can recover coming to game number 2. Let's go. Gonna be loading into White Rabbit. Gonna be loading in. And spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, representing Shopify Rebellion from South Korea. It is ByuN, leading the series 1-0. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. Hello. We have the South Korean Protoss representing T1. It is a herO. Let's go, baby, let's go. As he does set up the proxy, does set up the gateway. Okay, I believe 2-gate. I believe 2 gateways here from herO. Here comes the first. First gateway is thrown down, and looks like he will abandon this position. Okay, just the one, not 2. So we're not going all in or anything like that, but it is still an aggressive opener. Now the goal here, for those who are curious, is that if ByuN goes for an never mind. God damn it. If ByuN went for an economic start, referring specifically to a single gas opener, racks expand on the low ground, then herO could punish. herO can go for the proxy, Zealot, rush across the map, delay the CC, reinforce with an Adept or reinforce with a Stalker, and then ideally force a cancel, and then take a lead from there. But as we can see, ByuN is going double gas. That means he's going for a faster factory. So he's going for a faster factory, a safer, more tech-heavy start. This means that there isn't really much for this first Zealot to achieve. Now, we could still go factory into expand, but I believe that the timing-wise, this Zealot won't achieve too much here. As you can see, it's being chronoed as we speak, and we'll soon be seeing the factory. As the initial Zealot is on the way. Here comes that factory. From here we can open up Reaper Hellion. We'll see if ByuN goes for a CC on the high ground or not. If he goes to low ground CC, and if herO waits for the move out, then herO can still find some damage with this. Zealot does move out. So does ByuN. ByuN moving out with his Reaper. We're now building up to 2 Zealots into a reinforcing Stalker. It looks like ByuN is going for low ground CC. So herO can still find some damage here at least. Can still find damage. Base is found. Zealots say move in. And can we force a cancel? We can. Massive pickup. That's what herO wanted. Cancels the CC. Does force a cancel. herO moves in. Bunkers on the way. Reaper's out of position. And we have to buy time. We have to buy time for the Cyclone. Cyclone is coming. Reaper taking a lot of damage. More boys being... Oh, he knocked the Zealot over the wall. Oh no, the Zealot. I mean, he's able to buy some time at least, but the Cyclone should pop. Ooh, as we have some miscontrol. Yeah, Stalker taking a lot of hull damage. Taking a lot of hull damage here. So far, killing 1 SCV, about to be 2. And 2 SCV kills. There's recall back home, as otherwise the Stalker would be trapped. Still catching 1, and ByuN holds. ByuN, he does hold, he does defend. Now, what I'm curious by is we're getting a very early tank, which means ByuN, he can go for an early push. Yeah, ByuN is going for a second Rax. He's going for 1 base all in. Again, instead of expanding, we have a second and soon to be a third Rax, I'm assuming. Yeah? Oh, sorry, starboard. So 2-1-1. 2-1-1 setup here. 1 base all in out of ByuN. Hyper aggression. ByuN trying to catch the Stalkers. Trying to catch. Tank has arrived. Who catches who? Oh! Cyclone has to pull away. And will barely get out of vision, out of range. It does pull away, does get out of range. I say that we have a flanking Stalker. The Cyclone is getting caught. He gets the Stalker. He survives. The Cyclone lives. 2 Stalkers go down. Oh, rough losses there for herO. This early on, you don't really have much to work with here. He's down to 2 Stalkers. And with this setup, ByuN can pull the boys. We'll see if he does. And now he's repairing. We have a charged base follow-up here out of herO, which would be ideal if we can buy time, if this even comes into play. Because ByuN is coming. Here comes the Siege. ByuN is gearing up. Here comes the 1 base all in. Behind this, we will have a reinforcing medevac with that tank as well. Only a couple of boys with this. Yep, here he comes. So 2 tanks. 2 tanks, 1 Cyclone, back at home, charge. It looks like it will finish up mid-fight, but there's only 1 Zealot. Again, the gateways are still finishing up. Here, he needs time for warp-ins. That's what he needs, and he can't slow this down. Yeah, he's not in a position to slow this down. The tank getting within range. Yeah, the tank is within range of the Nexus. Catching out the pilots, supply blocking here. No, he's supply blocked again. He's supply blocked. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, second tank moves in. The boys are being pulled. We have to get on top of the tanks. He gets 1. He tries to... Oh my god, yeah, massive tank shots on the Stalkers. 1 tank goes down. Can he get both? Can he get the second tank? It looks like he barely can. Yeah, just barely. 13 probe kills. Final tank falls. herO holds. Here he does hold on. The all-in fails, and remember, here he may have lost 13 probes. He may be down in workers, but he has an Nexus. Here he has a Nexus. He now has charge. ByuN, he has to get the hell out of here. He's racing back home. The all-in did fail, and here has momentum. He wants that tank. Oh, won't quite get it. Does not get the tank. Now, something that's interesting here is that hero's actually not probing. He's committing. herO, he just wants to go for it. He wants to kill. Oof. Getting us over the tanks. Yeah, does get 1. The first tank should fall. And he might even get both. Nice target firing here on the Stalkers. Both tanks, yeah, do fall. herO, he wasn't making workers behind this. He will lose his prism. ByuN does hold. But we're getting messy here. ByuN did lose 2 tanks, right? So he has no follow-up here. He has no counterattack. Here he now starts to make probes. This is late, but he's probing. Meanwhile, ByuN is getting ready for the second wave, the second push. But what is he up against? Again, a heavy Zealot army is designed to shut down tanks, and he expands? No shot. Okay. No shot, we macro out of this. The Observer does spot the CC. Does spot the expansion. herO should be feeling good about this. As herO is... He's supply block again. That's what, the 4th time tonight. He goes supply block twice against Classic, now twice here against ByuN. 2 separate occasions. Massive supply block. specifically that hinders his worker counts. He should have been probing here, but he couldn't because of the supply block. So lower probe count for herO, lower economy. That's slowing herO down. No shot ByuN just macros up from here. I mean, he has a comparable economy, if not greater economy at the moment. True. Supply block did hurt.
Ready to roll out.
As hero's claiming a third. He's claiming a third base. The army is very lackluster at the moment for herO, so herO has to be careful. How many gateways? 6. Okay, he's on 6 gateways. The prism moves out as ByuN pushes. So as ByuN moves out, herO moves in. There's not much of them to defend. Can we snipe Sim? Oh, ooh, goes to the mid line. Okay, goes to the SCVs instead. And ByuN, do we just pull the boys? No, okay, he fights. He does stand and fight. He'll be leading out plenty of SCVs. At the same time, ByuN commits across the map. He's got 2 tanks in the Liberator. Sorry, 3 tanks. Oh, that's a heavy tank count, and there's not many Zealots here. He needs another warp in. Tank shots on the Zealots. First tank goes down. Now going for the Stalkers. Breaks through the Zealots. There's still 1 tank left. He punishes. There's still 1 tank remaining. Again, ByuN, he lost 11 SCs back at home, but he's pushing. Yeah, he's breaking through. He still maintains that 1 tank. Remember, there is no blink. herO coming in from behind. Oof. And once again, brutal tank shots. Stalkers are very low. Every Stalker's going down. He's down to 1. Down to 1 Stalker. Oh my god. And herO, he evacuates the natural. We're getting messy. What do we have left? Just Marine. Just Marine and 1 tank on the way. ByuN's doing it. No battery. No shield battery. No warp-ins. And hero's been broken. He's barely been broken here. Ay, ay, ay. herO even canceled the 3rd for the refund. Even canceling the 3rd base. Warping a handful of extra Zealots. Ooh, Prism goes down. Yeah, massive pig up. Prism does fall. Getting on top of the Immortal. ByuN sort of steps in. The Immortal falls as well. There's nothing left. There's nothing left here. Just the boys. Just probes. ByuN's done it. A chaotic game. Very chaotic. Crazy. GG gets called. And ByuN, he'll take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. He's an animal. 1 base all-ins are quite rare when there's no proxy involved, but bearing in mind that ByuN was forced into an all-in. Remember, he had to cancel the CC, was forced into the all-in. We had a very messy defense out of herO. The supply blocks are bound, slowed down his own economy, went for his own counterattack, while also being supply blocks as well and hindering his own probe setup as well. Even though he had 6 gateways, he couldn't actually afford to warp in and reinforce, and again, that 3rd Nexus was greedy. Eventually, he had to cancel for the refund for some Zealots, but barely not enough. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Very close, very clutch game there as ByuN barely breaks through, and with that, we're loading into game number 3. Going to be loading into 10,000 feet, and ByuN, can he close it out? Can he close it out here and now, or will herO fight back and make a series out of this? I mean, the games have been close. They've been close games. They've been intense, but here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran leading the series 2-0, and 1 game away from claiming the series and becoming our KungFu Cup champion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Protoss player himself. We have the South Korean Protoss representing T1. It is herO. So let us go as we are getting into game 3 here. Loading to our 3rd game. From here, herO is going to be moving out. And again, so far it's been a very chaotic series. Game 1, we had herO being hyper greedy and he was punished for the greed. Game 2 was herO being the aggressor and in a way being punished for the aggression as well. I mean, I say that it was just a very messy game in general. Game 2, it could have gone either way, with herO denying the expansion, but also to having a really rough defense as well, bleeding out so many Stalkers, unable to slow down the push across the map, the 1 base all-in, of course, as herO was unaware. Likewise, the supply blocks also didn't help. But this time, double gas opener out of ByuN. This time, herO does not proxy. There's no proxy, no shenanigans. The gateway is back at home. ByuN with the double gas opener is going for a fast trap factory. And from here we can just settle in. We can settle into our eventual expansion. And welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is a smaller map of the map pool. Momentum is heavily favored here on 10,000 feet. I say momentum specifically because the bases are very close together. We have our main, we have our natural, we have our third, and we have our fourth base as well. Our initial 4 base setup is very close together here, so typically it is quite easy to defend your 4 bases, but the rush distance is very short. Very short rush distance. So if you take a bad fight, then everything very quickly snowballs out of control. As we are opening up Reactor Reaper Hellion. Oh my god, okay. We're opening up Reaper Hellion. A very aggressive start here by ByuN. He will still expand, don't get me wrong, but the goal here is economic damage. Reaper Hellion does not scale well into a longer game. The goal here is to bust into a mineral line. Bust on in. herO, he, I believe, saw the SCV moving down, so he should be aware of the initial setup. It is a double Reaper Cliff into the main base, so herO, he might be able to get away with not having a battery in the main. Just now getting a battery at the natural. It's not close to the mineral line, so it won't help the workers, but it will help the main defense. Reapers, they confirm the battery. They pull away. We're stopping at 2. Okay. That's a bit of supply block. We're not going into additional Reapers, though. It's going to be double Reaper, single Hellion into Mine Drop. Hallucination does confirm. So big scouts are basically confirming there's no additional Hellions, no additional Reapers. Does confirm the follow-up drop. And we're going for a blink-based opening. hero's going blink. So far, second gateway. No shot that herO tries to go 2-gate blink into a third again on 10,000 feet. That'd be insane. He's doing it. He's crazy. herO. He's so greedy. Yeah, get out of here, bro. No, he wants. Yeah, he's going 2-gate blink again. If you remember, herO went for the same opener, the same build in game 1, and ByuN punished with an all-in. ByuN, he scouts the timing of the third base. He knows. ByuN knows. And ByuN should punish. So hyper greed again here from herO. ByuN's building up his tank. We have a fake upgrade on the way. Faking Cloak Banshee. Water Mine drop into the main base. Here, if you recall, he is aware of the mine drop. He's aware. Stalkers are racing over. Racing over to the vents. Oh. Workers so far, just 2. Yeah, just 2 probe kills. 1 water mine does survive, and this should keep some supply busy. Yeah, ByuN, he's still building up his forces. He's still building up his tanks. Again, he's going for a very fast tank setup here into heavy marine production into an early push. This is very similar to game 1. Very similar. The difference, of course, is that game 1 was a Cyclone opener. This was Reaper Hellion. So there's no Cyclone to support. Yep, we're not stopping tank production. So we're about to rally. We're about to rally across. Typically, getting into a macro game, you do stop tanks at 2. You get 2 tanks, then you switch into stim and switch into more of a bio setup. But here we're pushing. We're committing very early on here. And the goal is to punish the greed. Charge is on the way. Blink is done. And we'll see if ByuN can siege up within range of the Nexus. That's the goal. Stalkers, they juice for the army. He sees. Yeah, here is aware. Battery is done. Tanks, I believe they're barely out of range. Oh, no, they are. They are within range. Oof. Yeah, massive. The Zells, no, we throw them away. Yeah, 3 Zells are thrown away. Probe's going to be going down. And ByuN dropping into the natural. Ooh, connection. Massive connection. 7 probe kills. Yeah, herO unable to react in time. Battery is depowered. Tanks are pushing further in. Yeah, tanks are pushing in. Oof. The tanks are exposed. herO blinks in. He blinks and he will clean them up. He gets 1. He gets 1 tank. He'll get the other, but he will trade out a lot of stalkers. At the same time, did lose 11, 12 probes. Widowine drop comes back in, cleans up the army. How many? Oh, none. Yeah, the 15 probes do go down, heavy damage. And herO does save the third at least. If you remember in game 1, herO lost the third expansion, right? It was worst case scenario. herO does save the base, but did lose 15 probes. And with that, herO does fall behind economically. What was meant to be an economic build, now less so. Now it's herO catching up. herO, he has to catch up. Behind this, ByuN going for his own third TC. I will say that ByuN did overextend herO, abandoning his tanks. Did allow for herO to blink. So a bit of miscontrol out of ByuN. And from here, we're settling down. We're settling down in towards the mid-game. When it comes to do we favor, so far it is going to be ByuN. herO needs a fourth. herO, he needs a fourth expansion. We spoke about how secure your 4-base setup is here on 10,000 feet. He needs that fourth base as quickly as possible. herO, he is worth the third CC. Okay. Taking a fourth base would be a mistake if there was a 2-base all incoming, but seeing the third means that herO knows that ByuN is expanding. So I guess caught. Disruptor on the way. Wait, what? Okay, I was confused. Cancels the Disruptor, starts a Colossus, that's more sane. I was like, what's going on? Going Disruptor first. ByuN's claiming his third. Where's the fourth expansion, by the way? Yeah, herO, there we go. It's a little bit late. It's a little bit late here. Looks like herO wasn't convinced, so now he sees the saturation, he sees the workers main nodding over. Observer gets caught. herO's ready for a backstab. So these Stalkers will get eyes on the main army, and if he does notice a push, then the Zealots come in from behind. Zealots move in. ByuN's ready. herO gets punished. herO, he assumed that this push was more dedicated. Stalkers, they try to backstab. ByuN, he gets across the map. Remember, the rush distance by ground is short. Ooh, this army's exposed. Does try to stim in, but there is a battery. Yeah, there is a battery here. The Colossus will defend. Zealots are coming from behind. Who surrounds who? Oh my god. Yeah, Stalkers get caught. ByuN keeps rallying. And he kites well. Yeah, so far he's kiting well. Doesn't catch any additional Stalkers. And he can pull back to his tank line. Oh my god, he does catch the Stalkers though. Does get them. He spreads well, we're running out of Zealots. The Prism. Oh my god, barely gets away. Prism pulls out, but these are heavy losses for herO. He loses his entire gateway army. Sure, he has Colossus, that's all he has. That's all he has left. Just a Colossus. The battery is helping. Oh my god, the Marauders save on the Colossus. With good enough juggling, herO holds. Yeah, herO, he does hold on. There's the NG overcharge. herO barely defends, and even though he holds on, he still lost how many? He lost 14 Stalkers in total, 27 Zealots. Heavy losses here for herO. herO's at a deficit. He's playing from behind. He just lost so much of an expensive army. And ByuN has momentum. He has momentum. We mentioned earlier that momentum is favored here on 10,000 feet. ByuN is pushing. You have the counter drop here towards the main. And ByuN wants to go for the kill. He doesn't have any Vikings, that's true. He only has 4. herO does hit the main. We have defensive Vikings. Yeah, defensive Vikings. Prism goes down. ByuN focusing on his defense. He will lose 2 SCVs. Yeah, only 2 workers. ByuN getting caught out. Uh-oh. Who catches who? Again, the Colossus are low. There is a bit of a buffer here. The Vikings, they go ham. They get 1. Gets 1 Colossus. Yeah, 1 Colossus goes down. He wants the other as well. He will get it. 2 Colossus fall. Oh my god, expensive losses for herO. Losing 2 Colossi. And ByuN has done it. Yeah, at this point, ByuN has done it. There's just no buffer. There's no buffer. There's no supports. Lost too much of his army. The Mind Shell coming in from behind, catching up both Colossi. 0 Colossus left, and ByuN has done it. He has broken herO. A very intense series, very aggressive. herO 2 games in this series. herO went 2K Blink to a third, which is again is an outdated build nowadays. So greedy, and he never got away with it. Never got away with it. Every time ByuN scouted, he punished time and time again. He's like, yo, you wanna cut corners against me? Este herO. And with that, GG gets called. ByuN, he will claim the series 3-0, becoming the KungFu Cup week number 6 champion. GG. GG, well played. Again, hyper greed at herO twice in this series, going 2K Blink into a third. It wasn't just that he was being greedy, it was also the maps themselves. He went 2K Blink on 10,000 feet and on Ruby Rock. Those are two of the most aggressive maps in the map pool. The only one that we're missing is Tourmaline, right? Those are the 3 aggressive maps, and to be hyper greedy to cut corners is insane. As soon as ByuN noticed, he went for the all-ins. He went for the aggressive posturing, of course. He committed, he punished, and with that, ByuN snowballed out of control both in game 1 and game 3. Game 2 was more chaotic. Game 2 was herO going for the proxy and forcing one base player to ByuN, and things were very messy and very chaotic. Game 1 we don't really take too much consideration into, just because it was a very messy game. But 1 and 3 was herO just cutting corners, ByuN noticing, ByuN punishing. GG. GG, well played. Este herO. And with that, ByuN will claim the series. Will claim the series. A big result here by ByuN. Bearing in mind, of course, that he was also able to replicate the success when it comes to the first series in GSL as well, but not so much in the second series. Do recommend the VODs, though. Do recommend the VODs, as of course we did cover GSL round of 12 and round of 8 earlier in the week, earlier last week even. But GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to ByuN. My condolences to herO. He still did perform well, making it to the finals, taking down Classic, but again, took too many risks, too many chances here against ByuN. All the game. I mean, that's how herO plays, and one of the reasons why he lost his series is also one of the reasons why he wins series as well, right? It's like herO took a big risk every game of this series, 1, 2, and 3. That's the kind of player he is. The gamba, papi, the gamba. He likes the gamba. And with that, congratulations to ByuN. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the evening. As you can see here, we just wrapped up with our Wednesday broadcast schedule. This morning we were live with Pickaxe Cup. This evening we just wrapped up with KungFu Cup, and tomorrow morning the schedule is, sorry, this graphic is out of date. We are not casting the Water TV Monday tomorrow morning. We are instead having a rebroadcast of GSL qualifiers. For those who don't know, we were the only live English casters of the GSL qualifiers. If you can't wait another 11 hours, then you can watch the VOD live on Soup. We were live on Soup, not live on Twitch or YouTube or anywhere else. We were live on Soup, of course, but we're going to be able to showcase the VOD in around 11 hours time. So that is going to be in place of the Water TV Monday broadcast. Meanwhile, tomorrow evening we have the Podcast. That is our weekly podcast where we do discuss all things StarCraft. We have Amantes of StarCraft on Friday. We have RSL playoffs. They do begin this weekend, Friday and Saturday. We have KSL over the weekend as well. And we also have the GSL. The GSL semis and grand finals on Sunday. So non-stop StarCraft here is going on this week. Do check it out. Again, do consider following us, I should say, as we are live on a daily basis, multiple times a day. As you can see here, plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. So thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Do consider following us on all the socials, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, Soup, all things CranKy Ducklings. We are live on a daily basis. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else. We cast more than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than anyone else out there. We have the quantity and we have a little bit of the quality as well. True. Likewise, if you want to support us monetarily, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. You might notice, though, this week we don't have Sparkling Tuna Cup. No Tuna Cup this week. The reasoning for that is because of RSL and GSL. The schedule is just so full. It's just a very, very full schedule, so we cannot actually squeeze in our Tuna Cup cast anywhere here, so we'll be making up for it next week. Next week. Again, Tuna Cup is typically a weekly tournament, but again, due to GSL and RSL and everything going on, there's just no room here. But of course, there's just so much StarCraft happening. There's so much StarCraft going on. Tuna Cup will return next week. So if you want, you can help support us via Patreon to fund MSO, SDO, and STC. So you can see we had MSO earlier this week on the Tuesday. That's also why we had MSO on a weekday, because our weekends are just full of StarCraft, so we had to move it to a weekday instead. Which I know is not ideal, but Did have to move it. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. We'll see you guys in 11 hours time with the GSL rebroadcast. Otherwise, we'll see you guys in around 24 hours with the Pondcast itself, with our weekly talk show. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up here for the week. Stick around. We're doing another StarCraft streamer, a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we raid? Un momento. I know that. Oh, Cosmos is awake this early. That's crazy. Cosmos is usually in bed by now. Okay. Cosmos. The Brazilian caster himself. I know that KFC week number 7 is currently ongoing, and that's what a lot of the other casters are covering at the moment. Meanwhile, who else is live? I know Senor Dolph. Dolph is live as well. We'll give him some love. We'll give him some love. We'll give him some support. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you tomorrow for either GSL or the Pondcast. See you then. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. Hasta luego.